Okay, so the part we left off on yesterday is we have 10 failing tests. So yeah, the user's endpoints, let's go up. So yeah, only 10 failing. So this patch of the user ID. So yeah, it's saying that we're getting business name empty, which means I messed something up with updating. Yeah, updating the business. All right, so that one should be easy enough. Update business details. And yeah, I'm almost certain that is what I'm missing. Not there, but there. Update account quota. Update business details, which is that one. So then patching the user ID. Yeah. Well, hold on. That's for creating a user. Wait a minute. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah. The next one is creating the user. And we got way too many of these open. I opened the wrong one. So yeah, creating a user for a business. This one should have been good. So yeah, something's up there. Yeah, we'll just go to that endpoint. Create a user for a business. Oh, yep, that's the wrong URL. There we go. Which means, yeah, this one, same. All right, so those should be good now. So that would be that one, that one, that one, and that one. And then the next ones are... All right, so accepting an invite. We're probably going to have to skip the accept an invite. At least for now. So then Yeah. We do we have an ID? Let's go to the top of here. So admin, writer, reader, right? So the admin ID is actually there. So that one's actually not too bad. Uh, oh. So hold on. Yeah, what we want to do here is I believe in that user's update endpoint, we're spitting out a 401. Okay, so 404, but message user not found. That's what we were missing there. Same thing. Yep. All right, so those will be fine. So that 404 here will be good to go. And the 200, all right, so the 200 is the get. And it's just get user details. All right, so then over here in hooks, all right, that no, and that no. Okay, so that's going to do the 200 for that one. And then for the patch endpoint, we want to do the same thing. Yeah. Oh, hold on. So the patch endpoint probably has the same issue. And yeah, accept invite we'll skip. Oh, so we're doing it for update. For get. Yep. We're going to say 404. And this one's going to have that problem. Okay, so yeah, we were going to have that issue because I did the wrong endpoint there. And there we go. So then, yes, over here in the patch hooks, that's get. That means this is patch. Yes. All right, so name or most recent business ID, and we can just do name. Yeah. Oh, but yeah, we forgot to do this. And we'll do this. Update user details. That is also a 200. We update the full path. And foobar. Sure. All right, so what I want to do here is we're going to scaffold. Run dev. And shit. No, not dev. Dread dev. Whoops. So this should have a 100% passing tests unless I made a mistake somewhere, which is incredibly possible. And what's up, Kenny? How you doing? All right, so no failures so far. That's a good sign. Ah, shit. Shit. All right, we got 3 failing still. Six total failing, but why? That's right. All right, so that one, easy enough. Oh, yeah. So the 404, we also need to do this patch for. Oh, and we've got 403 for patch, but we don't actually have that anymore. Okay, so that one's easy enough. We remove that. So that one's a 404. I do want to keep these in the order they're done. But yeah, my Friday's good. Yeah, how about yours, Kenny? So get user details 200. We replace user ID with admin ID. Validation error invalid at role for updating a business user. So that one's wrong. So update a user for a business 200. Because it's user ID. Right, we create the new user and we give them right permission. Yeah. Yeah, so I think that one will be fine. All right, so then this one, delete, should be a 204, but it's a 404. Slash user ID. Oh, and yeah. So hold on. Did we override that in here? It's going to be in here. Success status code. I'm going to do that as a separate step. Change response codes for create steps or create endpoints to 201 instead of 200. And use success status code in the route metadata. So yeah, we're going to do that as a separate step, which means we just want to update the, what was the name of that endpoint? This is creating a business user. And this can also have a 409 if we've already created that user for this business. Right, so we do that by the email. So I do need to go look at my dev endpoints. Reader ID. Johnny5 at Gorilla. Okay, so we scaffold again. All right, there we go. And yeah, it's going well, Standard. How about you? We are very close to getting this part finished. And yeah, the fact that we're going to need to... but yeah, we're going to have like a little mini project because we do need to rename Waltr at some point. And the way I want to do that is, right, like we have the synonym lookup tool, right, Proficientim. And we could actually... we could pivot Proficientim. Gosh! All right, so that 409 did not give us the 409. Oh. Create a user for a business, 409. That looks right to me. So we'll figure out why. But I think, yeah, is that our only failing test? I think that's our only failing test. One fail? No, we got some at the end still. All right. 4 failing tests. So this one is a 400 sad panda. It should have been a 404. That one, yeah, no, we actually just threw a log statement for one of those. Or I thought we did. Oh, no. Because the log statement's not firing, that means that we're not getting that one endpoint, and we got to figure out why. Okay. The getter is a 404, like we were hoping. All right, let's start with the first failure. The first failure is the 409. Our 409 is empty, though. User already exists. So that one will get fixed pretty quick. All right. Getting this user. We get a 400. Shit, it's get user, not get user details. Which would mean, hold on, did I misread the update too? No, update is update user details. I'm going to say that's a mistake there. And that one will probably just work. The patch, we're getting a 400. Oh, so we're saying 32 characters, but business ID isn't 32 characters. Right. I think it's 24. I mean, we could go look at Nano ID and figure that out real quick. 21. Right, because we're setting that to 32 here, which is wrong. So then, request types. All right, so we'll set that to 21 for now, even though that's going to be a failure. Eventually, once we change to the ULID. Will it blend? What do we think? This is totally going to work, right? We'll see, Frank. We'll see. And yeah, this I think that's my first time seeing you over on YouTube. Yeah, thanks. I appreciate the lurk over there. Charday Dev. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. How you doing? All right. So far, no red. That's a good sign. That 409 nailed it. Come on, you can do it. I believe in you. The users is the only endpoints left that I'm questioning. That's good. All right, so we saw the ID. We've got one failure. We've got one failure. So the patch 404, that doesn't make any sense to me. We've got one failure. Oh. And wait. Why did I change that? Why did I add a 404 for this? Oh. Yep, that's it. All right. Yeah, we want to try and update something that isn't ours. That's our fix. This is going to work. I guarantee it. Asterisk. All guarantees are non-legally binding. And of course, it's the last test, so we gotta wait forever. But a 100% here would be really cool. Be a whole lot cooler if we did. No whammies, no whammies, no whammies, no whammies. No whammies. Yeah. And what's up? How you doing, X-Crap? Woo! Let's just make sure we do a regular dread as well, just to be sure. right? So this is the public endpoint. This is using an API key. The one we just had pass was the access token API. They're the same API for the most part, but there are some endpoints that are only access token based. And we doubly test them. So we're testing the endpoints that support both access key or access token and API key. Those get tested in both runs, which is nice, just to be sure. So yeah, we want this to be a full 100%. There are 0 skipped tests in the public API. The private API, we do have a few that we're skipping just because testing them is trickier. Oh, and we just did. Okay, so that 124 passing, it's going to run the dev one again, just because we set it that way. It's fine. We know that that one passes. We'll just let it go just to be sure. I should have ran dread :public instead of just regular dread. Regular dread runs them both, which I think is still worthwhile because we'll end up having to do it in CI/CD anyway. Oh, I want to remove that log statement, though. There is no harm done, but there is warm done because it does occupy the CPU, right? So there is plenty of warm done. It was just incorrect. That's no big deal. Are you saying why the endpoints take 350 milliseconds? It's because of how we're hosting this. So just remember, we are having to basically mock or stub or whatever, right? Like this is a simulation of DynamoDB and AWS Lambda. So we're hosting DynamoDB local, and we're hosting a Lambda thing that's not actually Lambda. And all of those run way slower than the actual production services. So we just got to deal with it. right? Like the DynamoDB Lambda or DynamoDB local is like a Java app that is probably not even like coded that well because it doesn't matter. Yeah, we looked at it earlier. I think it's a huge mistake on their part, but the new CEO or the most recent CEO of Firefox has been kind of like running it into the ground anyway. Okay, so yeah, that is a huge task checked off. I would say, yeah, test internal done. Um, 1 week was actually pretty accurate. Nah, can't do it yet. We've got a little bit to do still, right? So I think before we want to ship, we want to change the ULID. This part, easy enough. Business selection, we definitely need to do in some way. We'll think about that. Parallel fetch is easy enough. Check on the to-dos in the API code. There's a few of those. I think I'll want to do this before we ship. And then, yeah, we got other stuff to debug as well. But before we ship, we also need to rename the project because, yeah, there's probably some trademark. Right? Waltr Pro. I didn't know this existed. I was going based off the domain name being available. That's kind of a bummer. So yeah, that SEO is going to be a problem. Going to be a problem. Now, granted, the TLD matters a lot more. So SEO-wise, probably not that big a deal. But they most likely have a trademark, and I don't want to deal with trademark issues. The project formerly known as Waltr. Touche. Yeah, that would work. But we're going to use a symbol. Is Unicode like are Unicode symbols allowed in domain names? Windows Domain Systems does. Damn it. All right, so the whole domain name must not exceed the 255 valid ASCII characters. Wait a minute. Does that mean you can use symbols? Probably not, right? Well, I mean, underscore is ASCII. Ah, must be at least 3 characters. Okay. I don't. I thought it'd be kind of fun, dude. Could you imagine getting dash.com? That would be amazing. No, it doesn't work. None of these are gonna resolve. Oh, they can't be at the beginning or end. Damn it. Okay. All right. It loses its luster when you lowercase the d. What is this? On the Primogen stream? You're not wrong. All right. Touche. All right. Hint taken. Let's grow up a little. I had to try, you know? I had to try. So yeah. So first thing I want to do is let's look at Speakeasy. We're going to look at generating SDKs. We'll continue with GitHub. Sure. M dash can work. All right. How did I hear about them? I'm gonna say Hacker News. I've also seen it on Reddit. Oh, company name? Well, we'll just say Waltr for now. Yeah, sure. We'll give it a shot. I think what they're telling me is that my doc doesn't validate. Looks like it works to me. Passed all the validations. All right, so what's up, Speakeasy? And what's up, Kowalski Tom? How you doing? What's up, Tom? And what were you up to? Soldering a PC board for, and what was the person? Charybdis? Okay. Let me give you a follow. Just getting into streaming? That's awesome. Yeah. Yeah, I just gave you a follow. So do you mainly do like maker crafting stuff? Like soldering hardware stuff? What do you do like as like your main content? And thank you for the raid. Mostly programming. Oh, so what kind of languages do you use? Like, what kind of products or projects do you work on? A lot of back end stuff, AWS things. Oh, awesome. Yeah, that's good. Hey, thanks, Steel Toad. All right, so no errors. Oh, is that the keyboard, like the Charybdis? So it's. I was thinking Charybdis was like another streamer or something. Oh, cool. Oh, and hold on. Sorry, SwagDev. Let me add you to regulars. Oh, I like the trackball idea. Very cool. So how do you like the keyboard so far then? And yes, a SwagDev. Let me look at this. Copy link. Halfway done? Okay. So you won't know until you actually use it, which is fine. Oh, the what is a good name? Yeah, the what is a good name doesn't get done. Okay. So then it would be speakeasy generate. Yeah, so let me get more music going. And yeah, so Tom, the thing we're working on right now is we're trying out some SDK generators. We've got our Open API specification fully tested and created now, but now we want to generate SDKs from that. And I was planning on just using Open API generator, but it does seem like Speakeasy has their own SDK generation as well, and I'd like to fiddle with that a bit. It should tell me the version, right? Nope. So yeah, they're not testing their CLI that well, which is not ideal. And here's the craziest part. They say there's a generate command, but the generate command isn't even listed here. Right? Unless I'm blind. Available commands, right? Status, quick start, billing, run, configure, lint, open API, auth. Like, yeah, something is massively broken there. They should be embarrassed by this. Right? So then, do we actually consider this useful? Right? Like, that's pretty bad. I know they're a startup and all, but damn. No, it's a top level command, right? We just did the generate help and we get the help. So it's a top level command for sure. All right, so it says SDK created successfully. We put it in this testing folder. It does set up retry logic. I I don't like their SDK. Okay, so like I would almost rather So here's the thing, right? Get an account balance. If I just had it as get account balance, I would prefer it if it used the name of the endpoint rather than the URL structure. Right? And like the fact that it's using tags as a namespace, like there's no reason for it to do that. There is something fundamentally off about this so far. I don't know that guy. Whatever, man. That'd be weird. Not really something I care to discuss right now. Oh, so I end up needing operation ID? Hmm. So that's it. And that's really something where it's like prep the spec here, prepare for generation. So I need to be setting the servers aspect of things. Definitely want to do tags. Yeah, okay. Nice gunslinger girl. And yeah, what's up there, Stefanani? Yeah, that guy, it like over on YouTube, it does seem like you're trolling. I can just make it to where I don't have to see any of that. It's up to you. Yeah, so we need to be setting operation IDs. All right. So that's on my end. That's something that I did not do yet. All right, so we'll add case. What's up, KO2 fan? How you doing? Yeah, I mean, no. No thanks. Later, that guy. You're welcome to keep watching, but your comments, now I don't have to see them. And there is no unban request on YouTube. So I don't know, man. If you want to actually chat with people, maybe don't troll. He asked an asinine question of what if you were required to bring your own cutlery? Like something just really stupid. I know, right? Yeah. Yeah, so what we need to do is read through how we're building out the Open API spec and figure out where the right place to add the operation ID is going to be. So I think it's on the path object. No. Hold on. It's definitely not on the route option object. think it is there. So yeah, let's double check their operation ID stuff. We see it on the path object. It does go on the path object, right? So method to lowercase. Okay, yeah. So path object is where we want that. Case.camel. And it's not the path, it is the summary. I think that's good. So then, yeah, we need to bump this number. And we also need to bump the CLI version. Um, yeah, we can add the CLI version too. Oh, that's not what I wanted, though. All right, Thar guy. I'm glad you enjoy the stream, but the random stuff, man, like there's a time and a place. I consider it trolling. Now you know. And your response was not refuting that it was trolling. You were admitting that it was trolling. You said maybe the best kind, rather than saying, no, I'm not trolling. So I don't know. Think about your statements, man. I don't want to deal with that shit. There's a time and a place. Let me get more music going, though. Okay, so this is a feature, I guess. Okay, so real quick, I'm going to have to go to the hacking screen. All right, so version 37 of request response. We published the CLI 2, version 65 of that. Cool. Yeah, we can switch back to here now. Yep, that part's good. So now we go to here, and we need to update. We'll get rid of testing here. Welcome back, that guy. I appreciate it. All right, so this goes to 37, and CLI goes to 65. npm scaffold. Looks right. So then our speakeasy command. Speakeasy / TypeScript. And what's up, Krasner? How you doing? I don't like what they're using to generate their, like, it's not even a TUI, but the interactive, like, GUI part of things. Or not, yeah, it's not even a TUI. The interactive, like, CLI part of things. It's like cutting off a bunch of text rather than wrapping. But if we go look at maybe this README. Oh, nope. We want to close and not save. Create account balance payment. Okay, yep. That looks a lot better. Okay. Yeah, this is actually kind of nice. So yeah, we're generating the speakeasy code for TypeScript. Let's double check OpenAPI generator. Here we go. I think it's TypeScript fetch like that. And the out will be right. So we download the Open API Generator CLI. It looks like it ran. Maybe not. Wait, did it? It did. It totally did. Yeah. I mean, I think that's fine. You're right. I did it for the wrong YAML. Oops. But it didn't even put it where I was expecting. Is it putting it inside of the Docker container? I could have sworn we'd done this without having to put the file in the Docker container. Oh. Okay, hold on. So it's using local as a path. I get it now. Yeah, OA gen and then TypeScript. Well, Speakeasy does generate a README file. Okay. What is Speakeasy's pricing? Nope. So wait. So yeah, auth is required. Stainless is another. LibLab. SDK gen. Config is dead. Interesting. I didn't realize AppWrite had one. Fern. Oh, sorry, that guy. Speakeasy is a way of generating SDKs from your OpenAPI specification. Now, there's OpenAPI Generator, which is an official library, and we're looking at other things that might do it as well. Quota could be worth it. Config is dead, but it's open source now. LibLab we popped open. OpenAPI Generator we popped open. Rest United. Speakeasy we looked at. Stainless is the other. Swagger Code Gen. And that became OpenAPI Generator. Yep. All right, so yeah, Speakeasy is way outside of my price range. End up making your own and never get the project done, that guy? Yeah, I mean, OpenAPI generator will work, but it doesn't generate the README files. I don't care about their spec at this point. What was the page? Was it this one? Where is it? All the way back here. Uh, and because it's interactive, it doesn't do it. Like, I'm not even going to use their products, so I don't actually care if they fix it at this point. If they want to not understand, that's fine. So this part is actually not right. But it shows like how out of date their documentation is because they've iterated upon it. Do we record a video? Let's do it. Fuck it. God damn it. QuickTime's a bad experience. No matter what, it prompts me to open some file. Just because I don't want to memorize some bullshit. Okay, so record video. Hold on, we'll type out Waltr, even though it auto-completed for us. Yeah, like, I don't know, man. I don't care enough about their API to do it. I'm about to give up. All right, so then where does that file end up living? That goes to the desktop, right? Can Handbrake convert? Can it convert to GIF? MP4? Whatever. Oh, and it went to movies. Ugh. Ugh. Oh, wait. Wrong drive. That's fine, that guy. I get it, but it's their broken thing. I'm only writing to let them know. I'm not trying to make the quick start work. That's their job. I can just run the generate command, but again, Speakeasy's too expensive. So it's not even something I'll use. So this is way more effort than they deserve. Wait, what? That was actually the wrong one. Yeah, exactly. Like, this is their product. But whatever. We'll do it. That was the one I wanted. I know, right? Per SDK, right? That means per language that you want to support. What? Like, dude, fuck that. Yeah, like really bad. Yeah. For some companies, it could be worth it, but per month? Per month? So if you have 6 SDKs you want to build and document, that's $1,500 a month. Over the course of a year, that's $18,000. You could just pay an engineer to do it and you're done. Like, dude, what the fuck? That's 2 months of like 150K a year engineer. You fucking kidding me? Like, what the fuck? Dude, their value prop is just non existent. Yeah, exactly, right? I want what they're smoking. Meanwhile, like nothing their CLI does even requires a cloud of any kind. It's just bad. Yeah. So I will not be using Speakeasy. So now let's look at their competitors. Right? There are one oh wait, hold on. Config is dead. Which we could always just use their open source code because they provide it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 competitors to evaluate. They don't even have a pricing page. Take it easy, that guy. That was also part of the reason you got muted. I would not be antagonistic in any way for some period of time, please. Otherwise, I'll just mute you again. You're still welcome to watch stream, but if your comments are going to be like that, especially so close to being reprimanded, how much fun are you going to be to keep around? Language support, just Java. Okay. Nope. Definitely not API-matic. Like, really, none of this stuff needs a service behind it. Okay, so that's where they got the number from. They're competing with Fern. Up to 50 endpoints. Like, dude, none of this stuff requires a cloud service whatsoever. Up to 5 builds per month. So this one's 300 for unlimited builds, which means all of the languages. So it's at least a better value than the other two. But, yeah. Like, I can understand, like, the snippets. Okay, snippets are nice. And the passive-aggressive, I'll just go. Like, honestly, that guy... You could have just left. Saying so is a passive-aggressive statement. I don't think I want you in my chat. Or your other account either. What's up there? GDU, what you up to? Gadoo. Just gaming? Nice. We're evaluating some of these services for generating SDKs. Why it needs to be a service is beyond me. Like, I can understand some things that could need to be a service, but generating the SDK and README files for that SDK, I don't see a point. I mean, the banhammer happened over on YouTube. But yeah, you did. They can keep watching. I don't value their comments. It's that simple. And that's how Twitch bans work too. You can watch anonymously. Chatting is a privilege. That privilege can be revoked. Yeah. So, I mean, LibLab and their free SDK is the most reasonable so far, but 5 SDKs doesn't do it enough for us. So let's keep looking at some others. SDK Gen doesn't seem to have like a pricing page at all. Yeah, so I don't know about this one. We'll leave it for now. Microsoft seems to have a tool that they probably don't even charge for. Oh. So wait, does the Swift SDK do anything? That's not good. All right, so TypeScript, Ruby, Python, PHP, Java, Go, Dart, C Sharp. Compared to Open AI Generator or Open API Generator. And hold on, let's just see. All right, no comment yet. All right, so that one. I've got my moments. There's some times when I just don't want to put up with BS. And then other times where I'm just a jerk. But I try. I'm working on it. Yeah, exactly. Um, so how does this actually work? Like, Quota is like, let's go look at their actual docs. Build API clients for Go. Generate the client. Oh, interesting. Okay. So the idea is that you would bring in Quota as a dependency because it's the thing that's proxying it, and then the client models are just things that the official Quota stuff does on its own. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I like that approach. So then there's this one, which is the one from README. Let's go read their docs. The pet store. Oh yeah. But okay. And what's up, X Factor? How you doing? Oh, I see. Oh, I see. So they have their own like registry that you would like push up to. There's an apply to read me. Okay, that's funny. All right, so I don't necessarily want it to control my entire SDK or my entire like documentation. So I think README might be out as well. All right, so then REST United. Wow, this page. I feel like this page wants me to join a web ring. This page wants me to check out its GeoCities site. $1 per endpoint. Oh my god. What the fuck? Dude. uh, yeah, Rest United. All right, so yeah, that's just crazy. Like, yeah, I know about OpenAPI Generator. It doesn't generate a README. We've already mentioned that. Yes, I did. It's the one I've even used in the past. Something that generates a README with like code snippets and examples would be really nice. $250 a month, up to 50 endpoints. You want more than 50 endpoints. You gotta go 800 a month per SDK. Dude, what the? Oh my god. Ah. You don't get why I want code generation in the first place, isn't it an anti-pattern? Why do you consider code generation an anti-pattern? Do you want to maintain an SDK by hand? When it's just a wrapper around your OpenAPI specification? That doesn't make any sense to me. Like, that makes zero sense to me. For some things, yeah, generating an SDK makes sense, right? Like our clients for Vexilla, but that's because we don't have an OpenAPI specification. For anything that's just a glorified OpenAPI wrapper, why would you do that by hand? Now, why would you want to use an SDK? Because you get type safety. SDK is a software development kit. As an example, calling my API would look something like you import the SDK, pass in the API key, and the user would then be able to get type safety for creating an account balance payment. So if they were to add another thing here like foo and bar, right, that would actually error out for them. Which is also why it's better than making them just consume the REST API documentation and then type all that stuff out on their own. Now, I rarely use other companies' SDKs except for when I want types. Yeah, right? In many cases, a lot of people will just write their own, and that's fine, but still being able to export types for those users is quite useful. So if anything, they could still write their own, but then they could do something like import account balance payment from OpenAPI models balances or something, right? So then they could at least do something like this, like as account balance payment, if this were something not SDK specific. All right, so they'd still get some type safety. But they would also get a return type, like a response type, if they were to use the SDK. Otherwise, they would have to then do something like this. Right? Boom. We would at least still get type safety in our code. So an SDK that provides methods to call that are type safe or that exposes types you can import solves a lot of like developer experience problems. Now, let me double check this. We go to index here, we see models, right? So a user would be able to import these models just fine. So our SDK from OpenAPI Generator would provide at least that stuff. The only thing we're not getting from OpenAPI Generator is some nice like README snippets, some like usage documentation. We could build that ourselves too, but again, if it can be generated for us, that's just a little bit better. So yeah, hold on. And yeah, shit. I was doing the math. No, I was doing the math on 250. Never mind. Just making sure. All right, stainless speakeasy. What was the other one that was funny? Uh, Rest United. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, good call. Like, dude. I think 3 is enough, right? Definitely should give it alt text. Yeah, just that's so insane to me. Like, dude. And here's the thing. Some like all of you that were like, "Oh, yep, totally like here's a business we could totally make an undercut." Mm, no, I actually consider this entire category of product a tar pit at this point. Like, it's these are not something I would pay for. I'm struggling to think of something I would pay for because there's nothing cloud about that. Like, there's not a single thing that needs a cloud service around a tool like that. It'd be like subscribing to a terminal provider, right? Like paying for Warp. Why? Are there people out there in chat that pay for Warp? Like, I don't want to have to log in to use my terminal, you know? Like, to some cloud provider. What's their pricing model? Yeah, no. Now, the AI part, I think seems interesting, but is it? Okay, so no longer required to log in, but if you want to use the AI features, you do. Okay. Why can't you just bring your own AI? One of your employees does there, Krasner? Yeah, I don't get it. There are certain businesses that just don't make sense to me. So yeah, the SDK generator service just doesn't make sense to me. There's nothing about it that needs a cloud. Exactly, Krasner. Like, dude, why would I waste time memorizing some CLI tool when I can pay $15 a month to have Warp do it for me? Like, why would I learn Git commands when I can just blindly ask some AI? Checkmate. Yeah, yeah, some of this stuff. Some of this stuff, man. Right? It all made sense. But do you need a larger AI model for your CLI, for your terminal? Yeah, interactive rebase this branch that has multiple conflicts. Okay, thanks. And just YOLO it up. Like, dude, yeah, no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Nope. 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 Uh-uh. Nope. That's why I think we have plenty of job security. Because there are actually employed people out there that are going to need AI to take a leak. Like, you know? Like, dude, they're going to forget how to wipe their own ass. They're going to need AI to remind them. Hey, AI, hold on. How do I tie my shoes again? First you loop it, then you swoop it. Yeah, right? Like, we all have blind spots. It's just, man, it's adult wearing Velcro shoes type stuff, though, right? I'm not gonna lie, Velcro shoes make a lot of sense to me. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, sure. Adult wearing Velcro shoes makes so much sense to me. Like, duh. Why haven't like the skateboarding brands like caught on to that? You just need like a 3 or 4 zone Velcro system. Why deal with all these like lace tying things? Shit, most skaters I know don't even like tie their shoelaces. They just cut them and then like knot them at the end. Yeah, no, it makes sense. I get it. Like, I don't have to get it. They just need someone who does, as far as a business goes. It's the same thing with Waltr, actually. There are plenty of people that are like, well, I can just maintain those quotas and balances myself. Okay, right. So I guess you're not my customer. That's fine. Right? I don't need everyone to get it. I just need enough people to get it. So X Factor, a lot of skaters actually have really loose shoes. They get them to like the basic tightness and then they just slip them on and off. Honestly, like with my shoes, I don't like. Does anyone here actually tie their laces tight enough that they can't just slip their shoes off? Like I only tie my laces when they randomly come undone. I don't like tie them every day. Yeah, like nah, man. I just I tie my laces tight enough and then yeah, right? Oh, really, Krasner? Do you wear like military boots or something? Like, jeez. Yeah, no. Like when I'm skating, I tie my laces tighter. I like my laces a little bit tighter when I skate. I understand that. But when I'm just walking around, nah. I don't know, Snowly. Like, yeah, are there people that? I mean, obviously, Krasner is one of them. They untie their laces every day. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to take their shoes off, which means they also tie their laces every day. I tie my shoelaces maybe like once every couple months when they randomly get untied. So, yeah, that's interesting. I think we are talking smack about Mr. Rogers as well. No, I get it. I get it. I can see use cases for tight laces. It's just not an everyday thing. I guess that's it. That's what I'm getting at. When I skate, my laces are tighter than normal. Sure. I just don't skate that much anymore. Never know when you might have to go running. My laces are tight enough to run. Yeah, no, that part's fine. And it's interesting too because like I definitely don't like boas and other stuff for like snowboarding. Like a Velcro only snowboard boot would be a nightmare. Laces are the way to go. Because boas, like, you never get them tight enough in the right place. Whereas with laces, you can, like, dial in per zone lacing, like, really well. Like, I would need boas to be, like, 3 or 4 zones. And then you're dealing with, like, 4 fucking tightening circles. Ugh. Yeah, that would be terrible, actually. So, yeah, I don't know. It's activity-based, I guess, for me. But, real quick, I do need to go pour some more water. And it's 5. It's almost 6, actually. Damn, time flew today. Yeah. If you're working in construction type boots, that makes sense. Sure. Well, that's some nightmare material there, GDU. Touche. That is some nightmare material. I understand that. Nope, I get it. If a client might want to extend classes, like Lightspeed, what extending of the classes are you planning on doing for an API you don't control? I'm really curious about that. I'll let you come up with an answer. But I'll be right back. Let me go pour some more water. So I'm back. Oh, I actually forgot one more. Got the bourbon. And yeah, we'll take it easy today. So again, Lightspeed. This is interacting only with my API. So there is no extra customer metadata they're going to send me, other than metadata fields that I allow them to fill in. Oh. One second. Yep, add jail. I think you probably just need to subscribe then, huh? All right, you back? Okay. No, I'm just kidding. No, I understand. Like, sub numbers are down, I think specifically because, yeah, we're in like a global recession at this point. Probably about to be in a depression here in the US. So yeah, money's tight. I get it. It is a bit crazy. Like, used to be up around like 250 subs. Now we're at 100. 106. Thank you, whoever gifted that. I appreciate you. You didn't have to do that. I was just kidding around. Okay, so light speed. I just poured some Buffalo Trace and then watered it down. So light speed. Basically, what metadata are you thinking? Like, they can't send any data to my API that I don't allow through the specification. So those fields would be there. Adding extra fields doesn't make any sense because it's my API they're hitting, and I'm not going to accept extra fields. That's part of my validation. So what is there that you would extend that's coming from my API? On responses? Okay. Technically, at least with JavaScript, or it's technically TypeScript, you can extend an interface anytime, but it's not going to come back with any of that data. Instead, you would probably just compose that data into whatever you're doing on your end, but it's still going to be the exact specification of the response from what I'm doing. And you probably still want that base level response type from the SDK. So yeah, Lightspeed. I'm really curious about a legitimate use case for that, where you'd actually want to modify the types of the SDK. That's just not how OpenAPI works. I would say even in general, like, you're probably not going to use the entire response and then just add a field to it. You'll just pluck a couple fields from my response into whatever you're doing internally. So yeah, I don't see a use case for that. Doesn't mean it's impossible. Oh, really, Krasner? Well, I mean, you could probably contract some people. I bet there's at least one or two people here looking for work that have seen the process I've done and might be happy to implement that for you. What language is your backend written in there, Krasner? Go? Yeah, so Go has some decent utilities, right? Go Open API specification from code. That is not it. Yeah, so if you were going to do it for Go code, do they show usage? They do. Okay. Maybe not. Yeah, I don't know. There may be something specific where you'd want to like annotate your methods in your Go SDK or your Go API. And then once like you're generating the OpenAPI spec, then you'd still want to like validate it against the actual API locally, right? So if I were to spec out the work, there would be number one, adding the metadata. Yeah, into the not right now column. I get that. I'm going to guess you guys are not open source, right? If you guys were open source, you could even make it a bounty on Algora. But yeah, if you're not open source. Oh, you are? Well, then, yeah, I don't know. You could even consider if nobody here in chat takes you up on the offer or, you know, does a little bit with it. You could always post it to Algora. That could be an option. First step would be adding the metadata for each endpoint. Second step would be validating the OpenAPI spec against your API, right? Writing the hooks for that with Dread. Totally doable. And then that just becomes like a CI/CD step. I don't know. Yeah, I'm trying to think like what I would scope it out for hours-wise. Like how many endpoints do you think you have? So MIDI Murph. I'm guessing that's because our bot said the Salesforce thing. Yeah, it did. Makes sense. Oh, wow. 7 endpoints? Yeah, that'd be pretty quick. Yeah, that was just Nightbot. Like, we have an automated message because I work at GitKraken and I'm trying to understand how people who use Salesforce and write extensions, etc. for it, how they end up using Git, right? Because GitKraken is a Git like DevTools company. And yeah, like MIDI Murph, like calling it a layer on top of AWS is massively misunderstanding the value that Salesforce brings. Like, I don't consider it a thin wrapper. Salesforce does a lot. Salesforce does everything, right? Imagine Salesforce as a combination of something like HubSpot and like it's almost like a combination of HubSpot, like a hosting provider, a web server. Like, dude, it's like so much. Yeah, Salesforce is like an everything platform. It's why trying to build a Salesforce competitor is also a tar pit kind of startup idea. There are so many dead businesses that thought they could just abstract out Salesforce. There are so many companies that have burned all of their budget trying to separate themselves from Salesforce. Like there are startups that have died because they spent engineering efforts not wanting to pay Salesforce when like the thing they were building to replace Salesforce isn't even their core product. But they just thought they could get away with building their own thing. And then they built too many, or they spent too many man hours on it rather than building their actual product. I'd say Salesforce is closer to a platform as a service. Yeah. Like you can write custom code with Apex on Salesforce that does all sorts of stuff. And then it really is a platform as a service. Right? So yeah, consider that HubSpot is a massively profitable company. And just consider that Salesforce has a HubSpot inside of it, but it also has like dozens of other products bundled in too. So Salesforce basically makes their money in the same way Datadog does. It doesn't mean that what Salesforce does is the best in any category of the things they do, but because it's all one bill, it's really easy to sell people on. That's Datadog as well. Datadog might not be the best in any one thing they do, but they are the best at doing all of the things, right? And Salesforce is similar in that way. Benioff. That's the Salesforce CEO guy, right? Jack Benioff? Or is that my mind like gravitating towards the gutter? That would be a very unfortunate name if his name is actually Jack. Like, he would have been teased endlessly in elementary, junior high, high school. Mark Benioff. Okay. If he names his kid Jack, he's at least got a sense of humor. That'd just be hilarious, you know? No, and I get that, Snowly, but Salesforce is a platform as a service once you consider that if you're already using them, you might as well build software within the platform. And there's plenty of companies that do, right? Like James, who we play games with on Wednesdays, I believe he does a bunch of Salesforce stuff, or at least he used to. Yeah, I mean, when you consider what a platform as a service is, it's a place to run your own custom code. And Salesforce definitely like checks that box. You know? It just, you're limited in the kind of code you can host on it. And yeah, there are ways to run localhost or host a front end in other ways, sure. But the way your team did it, it was like a WordPress app, right? Yeah, if you're using Salesforce, but you just needed a glorified CRM, which, yeah, Salesforce has a CRM part of its stuff. Like, yeah, Salesforce does everything. It's just not the best at anything, which is kind of funny. But yeah, a lot of companies really like the idea of a single provider, right? A single bill, right? Consolidating bills is a selling point for enterprise, which is how Datadog has become as big as they are. Bill consolidation is big business. Right? Like a single vendor with a single service level agreement, like all that stuff, just better. What is its best feature? I have no idea. I think for sales stuff, yeah. Will Microsoft Dynamics overtake Salesforce one day? There's a lot of anti-Microsoft sentiment out there. So there's at least like a portion of Salesforce users that Microsoft will never be able to acquire unless they just buy Salesforce. And then there would still be people that migrate off of Salesforce to their company's dismay, right? Like to the detriment, to the harm of their company, because it's just a cost that you shouldn't absorb, right? Migrating off of Salesforce is often way more expensive than just continuing to use Salesforce. Yeah, makes sense, Ethan. Yep. Yeah, health, like the entire healthcare operations off of Salesforce and had lots of integrations, probably even custom made integrations, right? Apex code. But yeah, no, I get that. That makes sense too. But yeah, Krasner, I would actually massively recommend a bounty on Algora. If the contract is high enough, shit, man. I don't know. If you like what I've been doing, I could do that for your code. You asked for a budget. Did you ask me and I missed it? Or like you just asked your team? Oh, okay, okay. Right, right. Like how much like the question isn't even necessarily price. It's more like you ask your team how many hours they think it would take. And then you need to pad it a little bit for onboarding and bringing someone into the project, right? So yeah, I would actually just get some like hours estimates. And then, you know your team better, right? I'm not sure about that, Lightspeed. Basically, you could probably report them to Algora, and Algora would just kick them off the platform. You know? And any company worth their salt would probably want to continue to use the platform. So I don't know. Yeah, there's definitely like some trust. There's definitely trust in the process. Pretty much everything we do is built on some level of trust. Except for some of that like shit, what do they call it? I guess it's zero trust, like authentication and all that BS. I don't know how that works, so I can't even speak to it. And yeah, I believe Algora requires that you're open source, but I'm not 100% positive about that. But yeah, just in case anyone out there that thinks, they could kind of implement what we've been doing here for the past week or so, just remember it wasn't just a week of validating and testing the APIs. There was all the time it took to create the metadata and all that stuff. The time to create the scripting that generates all that. If it's a Go API, then there's a little bit of infrastructure there. I don't know specifically the libraries or any of that, but yeah, like a lot of those solutions end up being like doc blocks, like, code comments above the method, which is one way to do it. But yeah, I think there's a lot of value to that. And yeah, reach out to Krasner if it's something that you think you want to do. So hold on, MIDI Murph. Am I full-time employed or self-employed? What was the transition like going from full-time to working for myself? I don't work for myself at the moment. I work for a company called GitKraken, which I definitely mentioned earlier and you just forgot, but it's okay. So I'm a developer advocate for GitKraken, which involves all sorts of stuff, but the main goal of what I do is generating video content for GitKraken. I haven't made a video for a bit. I've been working on a blog post, and then eventually a video will be made from the contents of that blog post. And then I've got like a bunch of other stuff that is not video for now, but we need to work on it. It's fine. Just letting you know. Like earlier, I was explaining why I have the bot for Salesforce, and I said I work for GitKraken, like in that spiel. But I get it. And damn, what temperature is it in here? 25.6 degrees Celsius. Are you fucking kidding me? Dude. My window is wide open in the other room. Yeah, I'm opening this window up. Like, holy shit. I just got to remember to close it when it gets later. Wow, dude. Almost 80 degrees in February. And I got my window, at least one window way open pretty much all the time. Yeah, I mean, outdoors, it's something else. Like, I just wonder if my neighbors are, like, cranking the heat downstairs or something. Because, yeah, this is just crazy. Like, it's way too warm. I could ditch the hoodie. That's an option. But why? It's comfy. I like it. What shirt do I even have on? Ooh, I do have a good shirt on underneath, though. What about mosquitoes? Mosquitoes aren't a problem until summer. But my windows also have screens. All right. So yeah, Swaggist, rest. We can close that. Yeah, warp dev, no. So yeah, this goes away. That goes away. That we don't care about. Stainless goes away. Like, hell no. See, so that's crazy there, Gadoo, because that is the opposite of like the common trope. Like normally, and in general, like, yeah, women end up being colder for some reason. Like that's actually just common. They just feel colder most of the time. So yeah, that is weird. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I like it cold. I always have a window open during the winter. Pretty much always. There are very few times where I close it, and that's when it's like, you know, negative 10 degrees type stuff. And here in Washington, we just don't get that. Yeah, dude, the blankets turning off, that part annoys the hell out of me. Yeah. Like when it's like cold, cold, I like it cold, like, you know, on my head and upper body somewhat. But man, I hate cold feet. So yeah, I have like a heated blanket on top of my feet. And when it's actually like cold, heated blanket turning off like midway through my sleep really annoys me. I just wish I could turn the timer to like 8 hours instead of 4 or whatever, right? All right, so SDK gen. This one doesn't actually require payment as far as I can tell, but they do want you to like sign up and sign in. We'll go log in. Fuck it. They don't even have OAuth? Okay, never mind. Fuck it. The other direction. Nope. That's a big nope. Oh, and it uses their own type API specification. Last week? Last week? So there's one person behind APU? Yeah, okay. Okay, so LibLab. LibLab is definitely the most reasonable of any of these other ones. Like, they seem modern enough. I mean, we're still not going to use it. I like how they provide SOC 2 compliance even on the free tier. That's actually really respectable. They didn't want to make it onto some, like, you know, there's the SSO tax. Eventually, there's going to be, like, the SOC 2 tax. So hold on. If anyone's not aware, there is SSO tax. Right? There's a wall of shame of companies that charge way too much for SSO, right? Single sign-on support. So Passbolt is a penny, but then for paid SSO, it's $49. That is a massive percentage increase just to get SSO. Now, the part that I find even crazier is HubSpot. $46 a month per seat, 3.6 grand. So it may not be the highest percentage change, but holy shit, dude. You want SSO for Vimeo? Dude. Cloudflare? Dude. So yeah. README. Yep, they were one we were considering for the SDK generation. Big old nope. That's actually kind of funny. Okay, touche. Now I'm just picturing, or like hearing in my head that Tenacious D episode, or not episode, song, right? Where they're both saying Hail Satan. That was on the first Tenacious D album, I believe. We're looking at the SSO tax wall of shame. So yeah, I think most companies would probably prefer not to be on this list because it's not great. And I'm pretty sure GitKraken is in here somewhere. Hold on, let's go by name. GitKraken doesn't make it. Okay. I don't know if that's good or bad. I'm glad we're not in there, actually. It's the difference in their pricing model for SSO integration. Okta is not there? Oh, really? They aren't, but they also have a major SSO tax, right? So really, some of these just haven't been submitted yet. And you could submit a form. Oh, it's actually just a new issue to add a new vendor. If we go look at issues, Canva, Jotform, UserOwl, Dovetail, UserLock, Alchemy, Laposta, FlightDocs, Pomerium. So wait, which one? Cloud Cannon? They charge less? That's insane, actually. Yeah, how does that work? Maybe it's because of the amount of like users that you get on that tier? No, because this is just times 5. And we don't even see it here. Oh, okay, so hold on. Right, the SSO is part of their custom, so you got to book a call with them. So yeah, it's probably based upon like the amount of seats. And someone just provided a value to this. So it's a quote system, which means that someone negotiated a deal for their large organization that actually equaled out to $17. Right? Like they were able to get 200 seats or something. But it ended up working out to cheaper because Cloud Cannon is making a bundle off it, right? Like 17 times 200 is 3.4 grand a month. So we can sort by the percentage. Spot Draft, Rust Desk, Hopscotch, Sanity is actually kind of insane. Theoretically, but for single sign-on, your code's already like in there. Yeah, Sanity's pricing is insane. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's actually funny. That's actually really funny. And hold on. So One Signal, they are telemetry, right? No, they're push notifications. Okay, I was thinking of something else. Well, they got to make back the money they spent on the domain name. Right? You know that domain name wasn't just available. They had to definitely, like, pay someone for it. It's like the friend.com person. Now, Insanity is actually a fantastic product, but yeah, the SSO tax is real. There are plenty of companies that will avoid the SSO tax because the entire org doesn't actually need access. And revoking it, well, if you're only paying $15 a month and you're all sharing an account, who cares, right? How many languages do I dabble in? A good way to see that, let's go look at this list. If we look at clients here, anything without the client dash, actually those still count. So yeah, Dart, Lua, C#, Elixir, Go, JS, TS, same thing. Kotlin, OCaml, PHP, Python, Rust, Swift. I have dabbled in all these languages within the past year or so. I'd say I'm actually like, if we were to try and rank them, like JavaScript, TypeScript is my most experienced language. I've been dabbling with Rust since 2016. Objective-C isn't in the list, but I did Objective-C back in 2012, you know? Yeah, are there any that I've messed with that aren't in this list? That would be an actual interesting question. I haven't really written any Java myself because the Kotlin solves that problem, right? You can write Kotlin that compiles to any like JVM-based stuff. I guess I did touch GLSL. Not really, though. Like, I touched it, but I couldn't write any GLSL from scratch. I just modified it enough to get it to work in Ghosty. So I wouldn't list GLSL in that regard. The moment I write my own shader, then I will absolutely add it to the list. Put it on my CV. Why not? It does fit the definition of dabbling. Touche. You're not wrong. I've done some reason stuff in the past. I guess OCaml kind of checks that box. Yeah. No, we pretty much check all the boxes here with the client SDKs for Vexilla. Yeah, I can't think of anything else. So yeah, I think this does it well enough. But as far as like the rank, like, yeah, JSTS is my go-to. It's where I'm like most comfortable. Rust, I am comfortable, but I'm not like the best. Oh, I guess Ruby isn't in this list. Yeah, I've done Ruby. That's a good point. Yeah, I can totally do Ruby. It's fine, GDU. Like, it's okay. I trust my ability with Go because Go is actually really simple. PHP, I actually have a bunch of experience with PHP. It's been a while, so like I don't have enough experience with like the newest language features. As far as Rust over Go, those are both use case based. So I don't have like an opinion generally. If I'm building a CLI tool, Go is definitely a preference over Rust. If I'm building like a REST API, I'd still probably rather do it with something like Elixir or JS, but Rust would be a good option for a REST API. Like Elixir, just because Phoenix is so nice. PHP was all right. You know, Like PHP 5.3 introduced a lot of nice changes. 5.6 made it like way stronger. And then like the 7 and 8 stuff is amazing. Like just such a nicer language. There's still some like warts to it, which is not ideal. When would I use Go? CLI tools. I think Go Releaser and like Charm Bracelet and all that other stuff, like Go is awesome. And especially like being able to just build the binaries and ship them and cross compile, Go knocks that out of the park, right? Cross compiling from one machine for all platforms is huge. No. Yeah, Rust I don't think does the CLI thing nearly as well. There's just, you don't have Cobra in Rust, right? Cobra is an essential tool. Bubble Tea and Charm Bracelet and all that stuff are essential tools. So yeah, Go, like CLI tools, Go is actually, I think, the number one choice. Yeah, I didn't start with PHP until around like 2008, I want to say. That's fine, Ophi. Like, so Shazlin. Technically, PHP doesn't actually stand for, like, it is not actually a recursive thing, right? Like, PHP originally stood for personal homepage, as far as Rasmus Lerdorf created it, when it was just a set of, like, C abstractions or extensions. So PHP actually stands for personal homepage. And they have since retconned that to mean PHP hypertext preprocessor. But no, it actually stood for personal homepage. So that's the canonical, actually. So now you obviously know that I've done a bunch of PHP, right? Because I know that little bit of trivia. And I think it was C scripts. It might have been Perl. I forget what Rasmus actually wrote the original like personal homepage with. We're searching for a way to generate SDKs from my OpenAPI spec. And we have like, maybe devolved that search a little bit just into like chatting mode because it's a good fun Friday night. I know, it shows my age, for sure, Lucky. Yeah. Yeah, I remember having to like set up custom repositories for the some people know the actual name. It used to have a different name, but basically you had to set up a separate repository to get like modern PHP in stuff like Debian, right? So if you wanted PHP 5.3 in like stable Debian, you had to set up a separate repository for it, which kind of defeats the purpose of stable Debian. This is actually a TypeScript library, right? It generates like, we have the TS config. It's a TypeScript library. It's JSTS. We just called it JS in the list. That's all. But it will work for anybody. You just don't need the types if you're in regular JS. So yeah, back to it. We were looking at things like liblab. to generate SDKs from my Open API spec. Debian, Debian, whatever you want to call it. It's a distro of Linux. If you were deploying a server 12 years ago, Ubuntu, or whatever you want to pronounce it as, was actually not that good of an option yet. Maybe 14 years ago. 15, whatever, right? Like 2010, Ubuntu wasn't even like stable. Like it wasn't there compared to Debian. No, like it just, I mean, let's look it up. I believe it was still like a somewhat new distro. Like Wikipedia. Ubuntu. Sure, whatever. Initial release was 2004. I would say it wasn't like good as a server distro until easily like, okay, here we go. So 2009, Amazon actually released support for it on EC2. Yeah, Open API Generator, we absolutely know about that. The reason we are considering not using Open API Generator is because we want to be able to generate READMEs as well, right? Like READMEs in those SDKs that have examples and some of that other stuff. At this point, I think we just need to maintain them ourselves. And I'm willing to do that for the cost of what these other platforms charge just for a simple README. If we consider Vexilla and how I've done the docs for Vexilla, I already have like a snippet that I can bring in for choosing languages to do certain things, right? So I can maintain that just fine. It'd be nice to just generate it, but whatever, right? So as far as like documentation for getting started in SDK usage on my Get Waltr site or whatever we change that to eventually, we already have a code snippet tool that we can like bring in for this stuff. Like that part's easy. That part's fine. I'm not worried about that. But being able to have the README actually live over on GitHub with the SDK would be nice. And that's the tricky part. So yeah, honestly, that SDK is something we're going to have to maintain and build out ourselves, which isn't a big deal because we also built out, like if we go look at it, hold on, we had it a second ago. We go here and we go to clients and we go to, let's just say JS. This entire README was actually built using a bunch of automation that I've done for Vexilla that we could just reproduce into what we're doing. So I think that's what we're going to end up going with. I would consider this kind of like level of documentation post MVP, but we do still want to actually generate the SDKs. Because I want to dog food the SDKs in like the projects that I'm dog fooding Waltr on, right? So yeah, like we've got all the infrastructure to do this stuff that I can bring in from another project we made. I was just hoping there was something that would solve that problem a little easier. And I'm not even certain that like Open API Generator actually generates an SDK I want to use at the moment. So this is what Open API Generator created just now for TypeScript. I don't actually want it to generate the access token part. I mean, we could let people do the access token. I mean, there's no way for them to get an access token from the, like, there's no automated way of getting an access token. Whereas the API key is something that maybe you don't automate, but it doesn't change. It doesn't expire like an access token does. So anyone using the access token auth is going to like create way more work for themselves. So I don't like that. Access token is what we use for the internal API. API key is what we use for the external API. Username, password. Nope. That's not even a thing. Yeah, no worries, GDU. Have a good one. So yeah, there's a major issue here. Like, credentials shouldn't be there. Username, password shouldn't be there. Like, at all. I don't know. Yeah, like, there's maybe some config I need to pass to OpenAPI generator, and we can look at that, but yeah, some of this stuff's tricky. There might be, we'd have to look at it for sure. But by default, it's not using our OpenAPI spec as the source of truth for the auth. And that's a little odd to me. Meanwhile, if we look at what Speakeasy made, which, you know, Speakeasy is way too expensive for what we're doing. Oh, and that's actually something kind of nice that Speakeasy does, right? The model context protocol kind of thing. I don't think that matters. Like, I don't need an AI to do this shit. So Coder Paul, what you're talking about is not single sign-on. You're talking about OAuth. OAuth is not single sign-on. Those terms have been muddied, but single sign-on in many cases actually refers to enterprise level, like portals in which you can get in via SSO. So like SAML style SSO. If you're talking about OAuth, yeah, sure, we support OAuth, but not for the API. Like OAuth for the API? No. Why? Fuck that. No. API key. Duh. So Snowly, I think you're right. Like, we could launch the MVP, but it's still a problem we got to solve, and we can put in that research right now. I don't want to kick the can down the road. The level of documentation I'm looking for is a can we could kick down the road. But generating SDKs is something I want to solve MVP-wise. Wow. Okay, so that is one of the big things Speakeasy does. Generating this README and keeping it up to date with like the latest and greatest BS, right? Like some of this stuff would be interesting. What you're asking about is it's not usage. I forget where it even was. Runtime? Yeah. It's not getting this from my OpenAPI spec. It's not using my config for this whatsoever. It's not using, I don't even think it's then using it for this. Username password is definitely not supported. So this bit is just a bit of boilerplate that's not even like derived from my specification. And that's actually a problem with OpenAPI generator. I don't like that. Which is why companies feel like they can charge you $250 a month per SDK. Because you're going to have to write a bunch of shit to smooth over the gaps in OpenAPI generator. Which we can do. Man, what a pain in the ass. Now, the fix for it is really like we could write a thing that removes it, but every language we compile an SDK for, we're going to have to write a script that scrubs this stuff away, which is annoying. But maybe, just maybe, there's something in OpenAPI generator that I just didn't see. But their docs, yeah, customization. Yes, their customization doc doesn't cover auth. Yes, now we're going to have to go like dig into their source code to figure out if we can even configure it because they don't have it in their docs. So yeah, honestly, OpenAPI generator is the entire reason that those other things can exist even. Skip validate spec. Ooh, where do you see that? Ah, thanks, Code Drift. Yeah, no, yeah, you have a fun stream. I really like that. I like the way you like phrased it too, right? Maybe a bit more brain rot. Okay, touche, touche. I wouldn't have phrased it that way, but I get it. I get it. We do occasionally make some brain rot jokes, right? Like earlier when we were talking about Mark Benioff and how he should name his son Jack. It's a spectrum. Yeah, exactly. You spent too much time in After Effects today? Or just in general? Yeah, that happens. Yeah, it's no big deal. And yeah, fuck Cerebrus. Now, we finished those. Those tests are done. Yeah, now we got it all passing. Now we're looking at SDK generators. And I believe you went through some of this, right? Like, you totally went through some of this, like, SDK generator, like, mumbo-jumbo. Like, we've talked about stainless. We've talked about all that other stuff. Like, dude, I just made a post about that. Like, dude, I just want the confidence that SDK software as a service providers have with their pricing models. That'd be amazing. Could you imagine having that kind of like confidence in your product and that people will pay you $250 a month per SDK? Oh, one second. Hold on. Oh, that wasn't it. Sorry. There you go, guy. Yeah, dude, like, the one, and even, hold on. I think they still limit you based upon, like, the amount of endpoints, right? Number of methods, 50 endpoints supported. At $250 a month, you're going to limit me on fucking endpoints? Like, dude, it should come with a free fucking massage every month, right? Like, dude, what the fuck? Snowly, yes, we've already looked at OpenAPI Generator. That is the code gen we're talking about. And that's the one where we're talking about how it doesn't allow us to customize the auth. It also doesn't generate readmes. I don't think those things are worth $250 a month per language. Because just imagine, we want to support 6 languages. That's $1,500 a month. That's 18 grand a year. And I said $1,500 a month. That's 18 grand a year. Nah, man. That's 2 months of a 150 grand a year engineer's salary. I'll just build it. No, thank you. And then they're done. You know, like, it's 2 months and you're done, not, oh, then you got to pay, like, the next month. Do I need the SDK generated? I want people to have types at the bare minimum. Yes, I think generating an SDK is essential. Docs is the easy part. I'm generating my OpenAPI specification docs already. What I care about is an SDK where people get type safety in their language of choice. That's something you don't get for free from a REST API that's hosted on some docs page. OpenAPI Generator does it. You absolutely get those types from OpenAPI Generator. For sure, 1000%. It's in the models folder. We can do that, but then we also don't get the readmes. And now I'm at the point where I can generate those readmes because I've done it for Vexilla. So you're catching up. I get it. You just got here. This is the part that we've landed at. We're just bitching about this at the moment. Yes, I'm going to build it all myself. Fuck it. Whatever. We have the technology. We can rebuild it. For other languages to be determined. Nah, that doesn't work for me. Right? My core customers, I include game devs. They're not going to be writing their games in JavaScript, TypeScript. It's not going to happen. Yeah. Like, it's a bad road to go down. What I'm thinking is I just build some open source tool to do it and eat the lunch of these services that are massively overcharging. Right? There's a reason why config, right, with a K, died, because this entire like product field is a tar pit. I'm actually surprised that Stainless and all these other companies are even making money. Like, that shit's insane to me. So config, totally dead. Yeah, like, dude, their videos aren't even available anymore. Oh my God. They like closed down their YouTube? Oh my God. So yeah, we could use config maybe because they did open source all their stuff. So we should give that a shot before I resign myself to building this all from scratch. And I believe you were even here when we talked about this, when config did their open sourcing because they were closing their doors. I think this entire like sector of SDK generator software as a service, that is a tar pit. I don't understand how any of them actually make money. Because someone could just write an open source tool and be done. And maybe we just write that open source tool. Maybe we can even get OSS Capital to invest in it. Despite the fact that Zieg hates them. Right, because like there is nothing about this that requires a cloud. Like, not a single thing related to SDK generation, docs, demos, and tutorials. None of that needs a cloud. Not a single bit. Not a single thing. Absolutely no needed reason for a cloud for any of this stuff. But Speakeasy makes you authenticate with their cloud, even though you're generating all this shit locally. I really like what Speakeasy generated. I like a bunch of the stuff they did, but dude, definitely not worth the cost. I wanted to support, I wanted to like it, but no. No. Definitely not. No, I think there are plenty of software as a service companies that do need to be in the cloud. Right? Because you need an SLA for all sorts of stuff. If it's something you don't want to manage or something you're going to have to host yourself, you would rather get something with an SLA. Like, that's the entire, like, use case for Waltr, which we're going to have to rename here eventually. MongoDB is web scale. It actually is. MongoDB is a fantastic product for the use case that you need it. Many people just don't realize the use case for Mongo. If you're trying to replace SQL with Mongo, you're going to have a bad time. But if you understand the use case for prototyping with Mongo, or for a document store alongside your SQL store, well then, bam, yeah, Mongo actually fills a very valid use case. But yes, it is a fun meme. I get it. All right, so config, we've got it somewhere in here. Yeah, I mean, so OpenAPI generator solves that part entirely. But it doesn't generate a README. And it generates a bunch of like auth stuff that I don't support. Yeah, I don't know, Code Drift. I'd be really curious. These companies got funding, so people think that it's a problem that needs to be solved via funded software as a service. README. There you go. Yeah, again, at the price that these companies want to charge for it, I'll just build it myself. Whether I want to do that right now, no, I think what I want to pivot to is, right, y'all have seen Proficientim. Oh, wait, why didn't that work? Wait, why did that go away? Whatever. Yeah, we've seen Proficientim. It's not an epic, amazing product. What it does is it looks up synonyms for words, right? Such as, I don't know, guardian. And it will check to see if that .com is available. What I'm thinking is we could add to Proficientim, or we could make a separate thing that we just run locally. And what I want to do is take a word and translate it to a bunch of different languages. And and then see if those names are available as .coms. You know? Like, what does Guardian translate to in Spanish? Could we do that lookup in an automated fashion? And yeah, we might want to just fork Proficientim, or we just build it from scratch real quick. I'm thinking for a proof of concept, I just want to build it out local. And then we could look at integrating it, right? So, okay, let me go use the restroom. Let me go turn on the oven because I'm going to eat some pizza, and we're going to start scaffolding out this project. It'll be nice and quick. But yeah, I have a couple words I want to look up other language translations for that maybe we could turn into the name of Waltr, because I think we got to ditch the name Waltr because there is an actual software product called Waltr. It's not doing the same thing in any way whatsoever, but it is the same industry. And that means that the trademark, it would be easily defensible. So yeah, we're going to build out a product to search domain names better. And we'll do it with JavaScript, TypeScript, because it doesn't matter. Performance doesn't matter, like any of that for this. So let me go use the restroom. Yeah, better to avoid the conflict earlier rather than later. Yep. Yep. All right, I'm going to have myself another little snack. And yeah. I don't know if I'm going to change up the title. I think that's fine. We will start hacking on this quick proof of concept. What? No, don't use 3.7. Oh, god damn it. Yeah, 3.5 is their older model, but they have like tiers within the model. Hold on 1 second. Okay. I see someone was trying to pull some shit. Alright, nothing. We're good. We're good. Wait, it did it for you? Well, thanks, Restarted. Yeah, I appreciate that. I mean, I'm gonna have to use the API for it eventually. Oh, I didn't close the quote, but they figured it out anyway. Or maybe, hold on, did I close the quote? Oh. No? I don't know. Oh, there we go. Yeah, yeah. No, I had it quoted. Okay, you didn't close. I just wanted to double check if I did. I was wondering if that was my, like, cause of the error. So, yeah, we could use an LLM for all of this. Dutch. Where the fuck is the Dutch one? Oh, Voogd. That's not bad. So hold on, is there a Google Translate API? Booged sounds expensive. Yeah, for sure. It's obviously it's an SDK generator. No. The first 500,000 characters processed per month. Okay. That's not bad. And man, these are super good. God, the lemon pepper, like beef jerky stick from Righteous Felon Craft Jerky. Dude, yeah, Costco has them, or at least did recently. Gluten-free, soy-free, paleo-friendly, 1 gram of sugar, 9 grams of protein. No antibiotics, no added hormones. The cholesterol is 11%. All right, 35 milligrams of cholesterol. Saturated fat is pretty low at 0.5. Sodium is pretty high at 21%. But yeah, no, it's good. I like it. Yeah, dude. Lemon pepper's tricky. Like, lemon pepper wings can either be like the laziest damn thing you've ever eaten or really, really good. It's kind of crazy how there's such a vastly different approach to it depending on where you get it, right? Yeah, when I went to Atlanta, I got some lemon pepper wings at a place that fucking sucked. And then I was too late to get it at Magic City, which I'm a little bummed about. I think technically, if I looked like I sold cocaine, they would have given it to me. And that's the nicest way I can phrase it. But yeah, Magic City has a very specific clientele. Right? I was just a little too late, but man, if I looked like I could hook them up, they would have made it happen. But yeah, so this is my next approach. That is the super famous strip club. Yeah. Like, their security guards hold fucking AR-15s at all times. That's the kind of clientele they have. Every single security person is holding an AR-15. It's gnarly. Like, it's fucking gnarly. I'm not even kidding. Yeah, no. It's where like all the gangbangers go. Not the sexual version, but like the violent version. Must be some really good lemon pepper wings. Damn right. Yeah, there you go. It's where all the gangbangers go. It really is. Yeah. Honestly, it's not even that good of a strip club. It's actually kind of a shitty strip club. Cheetah Lounge is way better as far as like the big ones go. And then there's oh, I forget the name of it. Hold on. I forget the name of it. There's a strip club in Atlanta that is like, as far as Wormbane, who we play games with on Wednesday night, phrased it, it's where strippers go to retire. Right? When they hit the age of 50, this other place will happily take them in. The place where the strippers go to retire is actually kind of like world renowned as like a good dive bar. And like, if there are like films filming in the area, you might actually see like full on celebrities there. No, not Pink Pony, not Blue Flame. It's like a full on dive bar. It's in like the basement of a hotel. Not Portland. Sorry. Atlanta Strip, and hopefully safe search is on. Claremont Lounge. That's the one. Claremont Lounge. Claremont. Yeah, Sicario. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's super old, but this is where you can actually like run into like major celebrities. Like if you look at some of the comments, yeah, that was a really risky search. I mean, I've got safe search on, so I think we're good. Like they wouldn't show an image that we couldn't show. It was a very risky search. I should have done it on the other computer, actually. That would have been a better idea. You're not wrong. Yeah, I think using config just isn't worth it. And even then, it's basically a glorified OpenAPI generator wrapper. So yeah, let's close down Speakeasy. Let's close down. Okay, no. We keep this one open. And yeah, hold on. Who was it that mentioned there's like a thing we can do to alter that config object? Because I don't want to have to write like a scrubbing script for every language we support. But I'll do it if I have to. And then yeah, we should get to building out this name searcher. Skip validate spec. That was it. Thank you, Snowly. Nah, looks like it's the same still. Excuse me. All right, so OpenAPI generator auth custom. Yeah, thank you. Maybe Snowly, sure. Holy shit, 2.2 thousand files? What? There's 2.2 thousand. There's more than 2.2 thousand files in this repo. Y'all didn't hear it, but I just let out the longest sigh of my life. My audio settings cut it off, but oh my god, dude. I looked for the word username. Where's the source code for this? Oh yeah, it's a thing. Modules is probably where it is. Here we go. It's in here somewhere. Oh, wait, no. It did the wrong thing. Why did it do the search in this repository? Oh, I see why. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so only 356 files to look through on this one. Oh, Snowly, there is no God here. No, no, no. There is no God here. Wait, they even generate Apex SDKs. I forgot about that. for Chris's sake. Yeah, yeah. There you go. Boom. I don't know if my brother watches the stream, but can we just recognize that this is how my brother felt about me for a long time. He wrote a story. Oh, and dude, Xstorm, I'm sorry. I just saw that sub. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. OP Play, thank you for the follow as well. He wrote a short story in which someone's robbing a bank and they do some heinous shit. And as they're leaving, they do something extra heinous and someone goes, Jesus Christ. And the bank robber turns around and says, no, the name's Jesus Christopher. That's a short story my younger brother wrote. So obviously there's some buried animosity there. There's definitely some buried animosity there. I wonder if he even remembers writing that story. But I definitely remember reading that story. He would probably be stoked that I actually remember that. At the bare minimum, you know? Yeah, there's something we'll have to dig into. Because we're just going to opt for Open API Generator. Hold up. Hold up. The elastic license. Hold up. Could we just fork Elastic? Or not Elastic, sorry, Speakeasy? And just modify the part where they phone home? Oh, there it is. May not move, change, or disable or circumvent the license key functionality. Okay, you're right. No, I see it. Nah, we need to be ethical, right? Ethics matter, I guess. No, they do. Ethics are important. That I would consider that circumventing. Yeah, for an elastic license, it's not very elastic. There's not a lot of wiggle room. Isn't it ironic? It's like a black fly in your Chardonnay. It's like a free ride when you're already late. It's like a death row pardon. 3 minutes too late. All right, let's do some Cosmo, actually. We haven't listened to any Cosmo Sheldrake in a while. The black fly in your Chardonnay should have given it away. There, Snowly. Come on. I'm just here to remind you that Alanis Morissette made some great songs along the way. You can definitely tell I'm a 90s kid, right? The fact that I made like a reference to another Alanis Morissette song when defending my reference to Ironic. Oh my god. Like, dude, yeah. I'm just here to remind you. You ought to know. I'm sorry. That all is really bad and I should feel bad. I'm sorry. My bad. Now y'all have at least one of those songs stuck in your head. Which one is up to you? Hold on. No, that's a tweet. No, not that. Story time. And what up, Elfo? How you doing? All right, so on stream, we realized that the Elastic software license is remarkably inelastic. I am, and I'll copy and paste this to Blue Sky. I do both. I do all of them. You're right. This should just... we should do it to Buffer. I just don't think this one should go out to LinkedIn, but maybe it should, actually. There are certain things, especially like hot takes and being a jerk, that only goes out to Twitter. Buffer is like TweetDeck, but it does it to all of these other platforms. So on the free tier, you get 3 platforms. If you pay them, you can do other stuff. And yeah, like when I was bitching about Cerebrus last night, I did that just to Twitter. Because I don't want it going out to LinkedIn. I don't think anyone on Buffer that follows me would actually recognize a Cerebrus reference. But dude, their DevRel, like their lead DevRel dude, what a fucking asshole. Dude, yeah. If anyone is considering Cerebrus, use any of their competitors. Take my recommendation with a grain of salt because I have a personal vendetta against their DevRel dude now. Let me just say that. I have a personal vendetta against the Cerebrus lead DevRel guy. They make hardware like chips, ASIC-based chips for AI bullshit. Excuse me. So they compete with Grok and AWS and a bunch of other companies, right? They compete with NVIDIA. Just use NVIDIA. Just do it. Right? Just use NVIDIA. Fuck Cerebrus. Why would you use anything but NVIDIA? It makes zero sense. Come on. Use anything but Cerebrus. No, so AMD is not what you should use for training AI models. Because most ML is like CUDA based at the bare minimum, and you don't get CUDA on AMD. This is for AI specifically. Exactly. Yeah, AMD is trash for AI. And it's just how it is. I like AMD as a company. They're cool. They're, I root for the underdog as much as I can, but no, they don't even scratch the surface for AI. If you're gaming, yeah, AMD kills it. Just do it. Yeah. Just use AMD. Like, did you see their most recent announcement for their new card? $599 versus like the $2,000 that Intel or that Nvidia wants to charge, right? If you're using Linux, AMD's drivers are better on Linux. That's kind of cool. I'll agree. Yeah. If you're gaming, whatever, right? Yeah, AMD. I like the underdog. In this case, Cerebrus might be the underdog, but they have a dickhead working for him. Like a dude who's a total fucking asshole. Like, don't overbook your event by 4x. If your limit is 250, don't allow 1,000 people to sign up. Like, what the fuck, dude? I drove from the east side to Seattle to go to that event, and they turned people away early. And then I got in, and there was plenty of room, and they were still a fucking dick about it. Like, dude, just, yeah, asshole shit. So, yeah, nope, Cerebrus, don't use them. Don't use them. If you're ever in a situation where someone's considering a thing and you can speak up, not Cerebrus. Nope. Nope. Yeah, major beef with their DevRel person. Like, if they are that bad at planning, fuck them. Like, how bad is the rest of their business run if they're going to overbook an event by 4x? Like, what the fuck does an RSVP even mean at that point? Charge people $5, and then you cut through the people that RSVP but don't show up. Just introduce like a bare minimum like $5 registration fee if you want to make sure people are going to show up. It's actually really fucking simple. Nah, yeah, dude. Fuck Cerebrus. Anyway. Oh, yeah. No, one asshole can ruin the image for a company, so yes, I should take it easy. Get Kraken's great. I might be a jerk, but don't judge Get Kraken by me. So I get it. I get it. There's definitely some parallel to be made. Touche. I get it. Hold on. Yeah. Yep, you're right. You're right. I mean, I think so, but I'm kind of a jerk sometimes, right? Like, I don't think there's anyone here that would really deny that. I got my moments. And I do feel bad for them, at least. I don't think this dude at Cerebrus has any fucking remorse over his behavior. You just now got the second reference. I'm just here to remind you. Exactly. Yeah. Now you get it. I'll take it. All right. We have to like trim it for blue sky. I'm okay with that. But yeah, anti-Cerebrus. Here's the thing, right? Like, dude, Cerebrus is there to sell their like chips and bullshit. There were actually like founders that they turned away because of their poor planning. Like actual founders that would actually maybe consider even using their product that they have burned forever. And these were people that I chatted with at the other party that it was a United Way party. That shit sucked. But that was the overflow they sent us to. So yeah, like, dude, fuck Cerebrus. So yeah, if I don't like Cerebrus, that's all it is. Fuck them. They suck. These are all opinions that is not libel, is not slander. I just don't like them. That's an opinion. You can't sue for an opinion. Right? If you are considering using Cerebrus, you should actually consider a competitor like Grok, TensTorrent, Qualcomm, or even just AWS, Google, Intel, NVIDIA. Any of the big dogs. Use a proper company, not fucking Cerebrus with their really short-sighted planning. There we go. That's the spiel. So the law. I am the law. Yes, that was a Judge Dredd reference. Yes, I mean the Sylvester Stallone version. Hold on, wait. In Dredd, does Carl Urban even say the phrase "I am the law"? I don't remember that if he does. I don't remember Carl Urban saying that phrase. He does say it? Okay. I mean, it wouldn't be a Dredd film if he didn't say it. He does say it. When does he say it? Yeah, I'm curious about that. Is it during like the opening scene? It's when he's chasing down like the druggies. He pulls them over and he like shoots the one dude, right? It's like right there in the intro where he says, "I am the law." And then it's like, all right, we got it out of the way. We don't need to say it anymore. Like, yeah, the shtick is like over. It's right after that? Okay. Oh, wait, is he? Okay, no, that sounds about right. Okay. He shoots him and then he says, "I am the law." That sounds right. Okay. Good catch. Good catch. Good call. Good call. The fact that I even remembered that much. Damn, I haven't seen that movie in like 10 years. Like, whoa, man. All right. Touche. Touche. I will say Dredd is a perfect film. There's some people that criticize it for ripping off shit, what's the Korean film that they're accused of ripping off? The Tower or something like that? I think that's the film. I don't know. No, not Black Tower. No, there's like a Korean film that borrows a little bit of the gang-controlled skyscraper plotline. Right? The gang-controlled skyscraper plotline is reminiscent. The Raid. It's The Raid. Yes, thank you, Ayub. Yeah, The Raid, not The Tower. Yeah. So yes, the film Dredd is a little bit accused of kind of stealing the idea of the locked down skyscraper. There are parallels. I'm not here to say one way or the other. I never actually watched The Raid, so I don't know where the parallels diverge, you know? But I do remember reading those criticisms. That's all. So hold on. Elfo, you enjoyed the comics. You didn't like the Carl Urban film? Or you didn't like the Sylvester Stallone film? No, I've heard The Raid is absolutely like a must watch. Even if you love the Dredd film, you don't have to pick one or the other. You can enjoy both. You can totally enjoy both. You should watch The Raid. I've heard it's definitely worth watching. And I'm pretty sure it's Korean. I may have mixed that up. Korean film is actually like a really cool niche. No. So, Elfo, you're saying you don't like the Stallone version of Judge Dredd. Nobody does. I do, because I love a good campy film. And I love, like, peak... dude from Deuce Bigelow. I'm spacing on his name right now. I don't like him as a person. He's actually a fucking asshole. Fuck that dude. But dude, like, peak his acting career is when he was like side characters in films. When he started leading films, ugh. They're just bad. They're just really bad. You know who I'm talking about, right? But when he was just a side character, like Beverly Hillbillies, the movie, right? Like Surf Ninjas, right? Like Judge Dredd, that is like the pinnacle of his career, in my opinion. He's not a leading man. He should never have been a leading man in any films. Rob Schneider. All I had to do was picture South Park describing him. Rob Schneider's a carrot. Yeah, dude. When Rob Schneider was just a character actor, dude, fucking nailed it. He's so good as a character actor or role player. He is not a leading man. And like every film he made as a leading man, besides maybe one, shit, just the worst. Like the first Deuce Bigelow, kind of fun. Okay, all right. And then people gave him like 10 movies after that. That was a huge mistake. And as a human being, oh, dude, that guy sucks. Oh, he's the worst. Ugh. I would say the carrot is his actual, like, real life thing. Like, Rob Schneider as a carrot is actually a documentary. Aw, thanks, Josh Manders. I appreciate that. Please, yeah, I think this is a good-ass tweet. You know, I tweet a bunch of bullshit. I think Twitter's burying me just because they know I hate on Elon. Boost it on Blue Sky if you get a chance to. You think you're shadow banned on X? Nah, I get it. That's fine. Why do I hate Elon? Because he's a fucking asshole. I didn't think it even needed explaining anymore. Like, what? No. There are plenty of assholes. Wait, does hating on Elon actually need explaining anymore? I don't think it does. No, Elon fucking sucks. Get that dude out of my fucking government. Nobody elected him. Get that dude out of my fucking government. No, fuck Elon. Dude, he's not even a fucking citizen. Why does he have any say over what we do? Wrong, return to dust. Wrong. Like, fundamentally wrong. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. You've been following a while, so we'll take it with a grain of salt, but holy shit, man. He's not fixing shit. He's securing contracts for himself, right? Like, all you people that voted to drain the swamp, he is the swamp. He fucking is the swamp. Like, are you fucking kidding, Return to Dust? Are you just ignoring reality at this point? He is the fucking swamp. We've paid that dude billions of dollars from our own budgets, and he's slashing things that cost millions that actually deliver services. He doesn't deliver shit. We paid him to land on the moon, and he's not even there yet. Denarak. I don't know how to pronounce your name. I hope that was close. I do Angular. I do React. I do all sorts of stuff. Well, shit. I don't even remember what responses I had on our Angular. But I am a multi-framework person. I am not a framework fanboy in any way. The majority of my career paid me to write Angular. Sure. I've written React as part of that same career. I've done Ember. I've done Vue. Once you learn the basic, like, abstractions, you're good to go. Yeah, I'm sorry about, like, ranting about this shit. Yeah, we just, it happens. I agree. I'm sorry. We can ignore it. This is a place where we shouldn't talk politics. But damn, Return to Dust. Did you not realize I was about actual freedoms, not the bullshit freedoms that some of that shit talks about? Freedom of choice, etc. There seems to be only one party that's anti-freedom, and I'll let you take a guess. The freedom for people to express themselves how they want, to refer to themselves how they want, etc. There seems to only be one party that's anti-freedom, and it's not the one that the freedom folks actually think is it. That's the weird part to me, right? The states' rights people are all of a sudden not states' rights people anymore. So they're not even morally or, like, ethically or even, like, literally consistent. Like, what the fuck, dude? What happened to states' rights? What happened to the small government people? Once they won and their team was in the White House and covered all of the branches of government, well, yeah, they got what they wanted. Now they don't actually have to, like, hide behind their bullshit rhetoric. They're not even truthful. They're not consistent whatsoever, which just lets you know how much they actually believe in what they say. They don't believe anything they say. They just want what they want. Like, dude. Like, Return to Dust. Man, you really let me down. That's really sad. I can't believe you've been following for that long and you didn't realize that. I care about personal freedoms more than that camp does. Right? They just use personal freedoms as a talking point. They believed in states' rights as just a talking point. They don't actually believe it. So, man, like, return to dust. Like, that's your dude. That's fucking Elon Musk. He's not actually honest about anything he does. Like, dude. Yeah. I just can't believe that you thought this was a place where defending Elon was a worthwhile endeavor. Yeah, he doesn't even deserve having his name said. He's just a shitbag. Ketamine Elon. We don't want to get too political. So yeah, sorry, Elfo. Yeah, no, I'm anti all those assholes. Not Zelensky. I don't know him. But yeah, dude, those fucking assholes, the other two in the room for that shit, dude, they fucking suck. They are not morally consistent. They're just fucking power grabbers. Yeah, I'm so sorry. Like, I just hope that dude gets arrested and sane people start running the businesses that he is the dictator of, you know? Starlink with a sane person at the helm would be amazing. That'd be great. That'd be so cool. As a product, it's great. It just sucks that some asshole runs it. I don't know what project, and I can't pronounce that. Is it Cooper? And they should. Rightfully so. Yeah, dude. Fuck Tesla. It's lost like 30%. Kuiper. Oh, it's Kuiper. Interesting. I didn't know that. Yeah, rightfully so, man. Yeah, the swastika. Anyone driving a fucking swastika should really be looking to trade that shit in. And, dude, honestly, Snowly, nah, Bezos is just as bad. AWS Starlink or whatever, you're trading one fucking oligarch for another. Ugh. Nah, man. Yeah, no, both those guys are fucking assholes. At least he's not Elon. He's basically Elon. Like, look at the bullshit he's pulled with the Washington Post. He's basically Elon. He just didn't get hair plugs. Nobody becomes a billionaire by being nice. Warren Buffett seems all right. I don't know for sure. He seems better, right? By comparison. I'm not saying he's a nice guy, but he's better than the other assholes. I'd say Warren Buffett is way up there. It is a spectrum, absolutely. At the top end of the spectrum, but still below zero, is probably Warren Buffett. At least Bill Gates solved malaria or whatever, right? Or he's trying. Better than anything Elon's ever done. Better than anything Bezos is doing. Someone killed the tsetse fly or whatever, right? That's a thing. That's cool. Yeah, no, I'm not going to say Bill Gates is a saint. Yeah, fuck Elon. Elon's a fucking asshole. Fuck that dude. Just the worst. Ugh. Ugh. Get that dude out of my government. Nobody voted for him. Ketamelon. That's not a bad name. I feel like that fits. Anyway, yeah, we're getting too political. My bad. I know. Y'all come to like Twitch streams like this to escape that bullshit. I get it. There are some somewhat right-wing streams that don't let you escape it either. I don't want to shout them out by name because I like them in person. But damn it, man. If you know some of the streamers that were making Biden jokes, right? I like them as a person. I will happily interact with them in person. I don't like the fact that they brought their right-wing bullshit into stream, and I feel like I have to be left-wing to counteract that shit. You didn't? I don't necessarily want to, but holy shit, if you've seen their streams enough, you know they lean right. I like them in person, so I don't actually want to deride them any further. But they are using their platform to promote some fucking bullshit. I can get it, but also they should probably be making the same kind of jokes about the side that is on their side, right? Like, if it's just about being funny, shouldn't they be making fun of the current situation too? At which point, yes, we're calling out their obvious bias. Meanwhile, I don't make fun of any of them. Like, I get it. Yeah, the Biden thing, like, whatever. Like, I don't have any stream interactions for it. They did. So, yeah. I feel like this category needs to counteract the loudest voices in the room. A little bit. But, dude, the loudest fucking streamers in this category lean to the right. And that shit bums me out a bit. Because I like them in person. They're fun to chill and hang out with. I don't like what they do with their stream. I don't like the grooming they're basically doing. I get it, Snowly. Yeah, no. It still needs people talking shit. I know it's no laughing matter. I disagree. Laughing is the easiest way we can point out the ridiculousness of the current situation. I mean, we can laugh at the fact that our current president shit his pants in France just a few months ago, right? That dude totally fucking shit his diaper. We can laugh at that. He shit his fucking diaper in France a few months ago. We can laugh at that. Something smells funny, and we should show the people behind the dude just covering their nose like, oh my God, what the fuck? So we should actually eventually create like a code smell meme. And it's just the person behind the current president covering their nose, wondering like, what the fuck is that smell? Because dude shit his pants. And if he didn't, oh my God, why does he smell that bad? If he didn't shit his pants, why are people still covering their nose? Are you saying he's just that decrepit that he doesn't even have to shit his pants, but it still smells like it? Whoa. Whoa. He was crop dusting them. No fucking president should be crop dusting anybody. And come on. Forcing a fart is rarely a good situation. Are you saying he can't control when he farts and when he doesn't? That's something high school students learn real early. Like, dude, return to dust. When nature calls, no, you can hold in a fart. It's not going to kill you. And when you fart, it shouldn't smell like you shit your pants. Damn, return to dust. You're just letting me down. Like, every single time you speak at this point. That sucks, man. I don't even think you believe you're trolling at this point. I just think you're trolling. And it's crazy to expose a troll after 4 years. Nah, man, like, I don't think I even want you as a viewer at this point. I don't think I do. Yeah, please leave. I'm going to say that right now. Just please leave. I don't want you as a viewer. No, thank you. No, you can fuck off with that bullshit. That's what I thought. There it is. There you go. You've been following for 4 years, but my stream sucks dick anyway. Yeah, fuck off, you fucking troll. Jesus Christ. Like, dude, what a... 741 messages, but my stream sucks dick anyway. Fucking asshole. Dude, you're not even morally consistent with yourself. Dude, fuck off. Fuck off. What a dickbag. Dude, return to dust. I guess you know what you're worth. So there you go. Yeah, get fucked, dude. Jesus Christ. You follow the stream for 4 years. You make 741 chat messages, but your stream sucks dick anyway. Dude, what a fucking dickhead. What a fucking dickhead. Oh, man. That's sad. Like, return to dust. Go suck Elon's dick or something. Like, have fun. Enjoy. Dude. What a dickhead. I'm glad we got to get rid of a massively toxic element Thank you. Thank you for outing yourself. That was really nice of you, actually. It made it so much easier. I should have just banned you earlier, but yeah. It did take a little bit of a turn. I get it, Snowly, but you know what? At this point, we gotta weed out the fucking Elon fanboys. They're not someone I want as an audience member. They're never gonna be worth having because they don't think with their brain. They'll never be cool just like Elon. I don't think it took a turn. We just needed to out the fucking assholes. And then we can get rid of them and move on with our day. But recognize the fact that, like, dude, he's been here for 4 years. Made 741 chat messages. And ends it with, well, your stream sucks dick anyway. I don't think he even believes what he's saying, but he's lashing out. All right. What a fucking asshole. Just kind of sad. That's the typical Elon enjoyer right there. They're not even morally consistent within their own fucking constraints. Kind of sad. Kind of sad. All right, hold on real quick. Yeah, so, dude, the speakeasy people are trying to gaslight me in some way. And hey, what's up, Odat Nerd? How you doing, Mr. Sir? You just recently missed me ranting about some bullshit, which we don't need to actually disclose or expose y'all to. I will say, I think you and I probably agree, but we'll see. It's not a big deal. But we just had to oust one person for some really shitty takes. Do I do any open source software? Yeah, I've done some stuff, for sure. Denarek. Again, let me know if I could pronounce that better. Yeah, I mean, just look at my GitHub. There's all sorts of open source stuff there. Denarek? Okay. Is it like Denarek? Dinarek? Like, I don't know. If you could do a phonetic pronunciation, that would be great. But yeah, I do all sorts of open source stuff here on stream. What I'm working on currently is not open source, but the thing I'm about to start is open source, or will be open source. So, you know, up to you. But yeah, 168 repos, the majority of which are open source. You're not a Game of Thrones person. Touche. Yeah. No, it's fine. Okay. That's fine. I get it. And yeah, we did all the shout outs. So yeah, Odat Nerd, what were you doing on your stream? WoW of Game of Thrones generator. Oh, that's even more fun. Okay. I like that. Well, yeah, Ayub. Isn't that where Game of Thrones stopped? Wink. Double wink. Yeah, it's like The Matrix. Man, it's such a good film. I wish it had some sequels. Double wink. All right, so hold on. You were talking about an upcoming business trip, then getting Polish food recommendations, and then tangentially writing unit tests for a DB query library. Oh, fun. Matrix 2. The Animatrix? Does not compute, Denarak. Sorry. Yeah, it does not compute. Monica Bellucci was in The Animatrix? I don't remember that part. I guess I need to rewatch it. Shit. Ooh, how Neo got his groove back, starring Taye Diggs. Yeah, for sure. How I Met Neo's Mother? Yeah, that would be a weird one. Yeah. Yeah, that crossover probably sucks. All right, so yeah, we're gonna do this other random thing. For everyone joining from Odat Nerd stream, I have a product I've been working on called Waltr. And it turns out I need to rename that product because Waltr exists in the software and dev, or not, and dev, the software space as some like iOS app that does like file transfers or something. Why did they name that Waltr? Like, how dare they? Yeah, I've seen another thing called Calatrava. I'm not worrying about the intellectual property rights of Calatrava because it's just a library I use for myself that I'm not expecting anyone else to actually use. Nobody here should use Calatrava. It's a framework on top of a framework that I'm only using for myself. you should probably not use Calatrava. It does sound like a font name. Yeah, touche. Good call. Ooh, my oven is heated up though. We are going to scaffold out a new project. And how we build that project, that I would look for a little bit of feedback for. Like, you know, I'm trying to build out an API or a CLI tool or whatever that allows me to look up a word and try and find synonyms for that, and then double check that those synonyms are available as domain names. And I kind of want to involve LLMs for this. We'll think about the tech stack. My instinct is like just to hammer it out, and TypeScript and Express solves that problem really easy. But let me go throw some pizza slices into the oven and use the restroom and pour some more water. Damn, I got like a bunch of stuff. But BRB, give me a sec. All right, so I'm back. Yeah, so you're pitching Bun or Dino for no specific reason. And I mean, that's fine, but what do you think they do that we would benefit from? Or are you just shilling a thing? Like, come on. Like, don't blindly shill something. come on. Bun or Dino, yeah. Other people, Bun sounds fun. Like, it does still sound like blind shilling. Yeah, like, what would I gain from using Bun versus Dino versus just PNPM? You know? The fanboyism is like a real problem, in my opinion. I know. How will I ever get a massive viewership without jumping on the next bandwagon as quick as possible? How will people know I'm hip and cool without using the next fad? When it doesn't matter whatsoever. I'm currently using PNPM, mainly because I think the way it does mono repos are best, and yeah. I haven't looked at how Bun or Dino do it. I just don't necessarily care. Really, Snowly? You're gonna take offense at that? I don't know if the microphone picked up that sigh, but that was a long sigh. Maybe not the longest sigh, but that was a long sigh. What would Bun or Dino appreciably give me right now? That's fine. I do think shilling Bun or Dino when it doesn't matter is a little bit of fanboying. Native TS support. Does that actually matter? Does it? Nah, Node only strips the types. Like, stripping types is not the same thing. What goalpost did I shift? Right? Can you be specific about that? What goalpost did I actually shift? What is the difference? Minimal. Native TS support seems like the only difference at this point. Yeah. Yep. The JavaScript built in 10 days thing is definitely referenced. It ignores the fact that what we use as JavaScript has evolved massively since then, but the original spec was 10 days. Yeah. What we know and use and have today is not that, though. You were a bit aggressive about it. By using the phrase fanboy, I would simply reference, like, does it matter? And you're the one that took major offense to the phrase fanboy for recommending something that I don't think actually matters. Even with Bun, you'll need to configure a TS config at some point. It doesn't save you from any of this shit. All right, so yeah, we do need to scaffold a new project. We could use Bun, we could use Dino. You're not even the person that recommended it in the first place. Like, why are you taking so much offense? Like, you're not even the person I called out for fanboying, as far as I know. Like, Stoli, I'm looking at your chat. Like, no, someone else did the fanboying, but you're taking offense on their behalf for some reason. I don't get it. That's fucking weird, dude. Jesus Christ. I mean, Jesus Christopher. Right? Like, Snowly, you're taking offense where the original, like, poster didn't even take offense. What the fuck, dude? Come on, man. I hope the microphone picked up those sighs. I really hope the microphone picked up how much I was sighing about that entire situation. Like, dude. Right. I know the mic picked that one up. Jesus fucking Christopher. Okay? I'm sorry. It's just funny to me that my brother wrote such an accusatory short story about me specifically. Like, we know it's about me. Like, Jesus fucking Christopher, okay? I don't know what you walked into, Bubba, but Jesus fucking Christopher. Yeah, no big deal. Yeah. For everyone joining, no, like, I don't hate my brother. There was a time where I couldn't honestly say that. I don't hate him now. There was a time where I definitely did. He knows when that time was. During that time, he may have written that same short story. I think he wrote it before then, though. So yes, my brother wrote a short story in which someone's robbing a bank and does some like terrible things and then shoots someone on their way out. And someone says, Jesus fucking Christ, or Jesus Christ. And my younger brother's short story says, like, you know, from the bank robber's perspective, no, the name's Jesus Christopher. I bet my brother doesn't even remember that story. But I do. I definitely do. Jesus fucking beanie asshole. Yeah, could have been the same thing, right? We agree. We recognize the commonalities. I never gave my brother a wedgie. But I was kind of a dickhead. Is, same thing, right? I get it, Snowy. You threw the A on there to, like, embrace your Canadianism. I'm gonna guess you're Canadian because you threw the A on there, like, specifically. Your penance is to watch at least a couple episodes of Corner Gas. If you want, we can watch them together. Just, you know, on the gaming stream. It's fine. I know, it's actually a treat. I love the first episode. What do you mean it's flat? No. Like, there's nothing in your way, so you can see everything for miles. Are you guys always this sarcastic? Nothing better to do. Yeah, that first episode of Corner Gas is actually, like, peak Corner Gas. It was all downhill from there, and it's okay. Because that was just so good. It's like a mellow downhill. Like, it's not something anyone would need air brakes for. But it's still downhill. Tonight feels like a Tremors night. Yeah, I don't think Tremors is on Tubi TV right now. Like, maybe the Tremors TV show, but ugh. No, that would actually be torture. And I believe due to the Geneva Convention, you can't actually show the Tremors TV show to people without their consent. There is a TV show and it's really bad. Oh, dude, it's so... Oh, my God. I feel bad now. No. It wasn't like a low-key. Like, I know you've been chatting about you being Canadian. I know. I recognize the comments. I was kidding. A little bit. Like, apparently, I guess you're Canadian. Like, no, that was me being somewhat tongue-in-cheek. You have admitted to being Canadian every single chance you got. To the point where it's almost like you're bragging. At this point, it is bragging. All right, fine. Rub it in my face that you're not living in a borderline authoritarian government. Just rub it in my face, why don't you? A? I mean, honestly, you could use the word A and be from Minnesota. Minnesota is the N+1 province of Canada, technically. Changed my mind. I remember my entire family has this joke where we were moving from New Jersey to Washington and we were stopped in Minnesota, and my dad literally heard someone say, I ain't gonna pay no $2 for no corn muffin, eh? That was a Minnesotan saying that. I ain't gonna pay no $2 for no corn muffin, eh? That was Minnesota. Minnesota. All right? So just saying. Minnesota is basically Canada. Changed my mind. Sidebar, $2 is pretty steep for a corn muffin, eh? Technically, yes, Denorak. Figuratively, definitely not. Nope. Nope. Every Minnesotan is basically an honorary Canadian. Okay? You can't even debate that. That's just science. I do smell my pizza cooking, and you know what? It's 9 p.m. I should hop over to gaming. I don't have to, though. Because this is America. Like, I'm sorry. Diaspora in Minnesota. And diaspora is like a... Oh, shit. I'm forgetting what that word means, but like massively spread out ecosystem or whatever, right? So yes, there are people from all walks of life living in Minnesota. And yes, to categorize the entire state based upon one person saying a phrase like, I ain't gonna pay no $2 for no corn muffin, yeah, you know, you're right. I'm painting a broad brush. It's just a fun joke. So I apologize. You're right. Minnesota is a vast, ever-encompassing state with all sorts of accents and dialects and phrasing. That the one thing my family found while moving cross-country does not dictate the entire state. I agree. Sorry, it's just a fun joke. It's just a fun joke. I ain't gonna pay no $2 for no corn muffin. Okay? I actually resonate with that, so I'm basically Canadian too. Yeah, it was a corn muffin epoch, or epic, depending on how you pronounce that word. Damn right. This was like a pre-Y2K corn muffin. And as a Washingtonian, I say, please do. Yeah, I'm okay with that. I am totally okay with that. I'll start pronouncing a boot and an A, like, yeah, totally. Hold on. Slowly, real quick. If it comes down to a negotiation, I will even start pronouncing Washington as Washington. I'm willing to make that concession just to make the deal work. I will happily say Washington if that makes the deal go through. That's how serious I am about this. Right? Don't you tell me I'm not trying to make this deal work. For everyone else, there is definitely people in rural Canada. Rural? I don't know if they can even pronounce the word rural. But Washington versus Washington, washing machine versus washing machine. That's like a Midwest thing, but also somehow a Canadian thing too. The George Washington Bridge song. Yeah, exactly. I'd even say Tuesday as Tuesday, if that'll help the deal go through. That's fine. There are absolutely Canadians that would pronounce Tuesday as Tuesday as well. They're the same people that would pronounce Washington as Washington. Yeah, the overlap of Tuesday and Washington people versus Tuesday and Washington people is actually, yeah, that's a circle, right? That Venn diagram. What are we talking about? It's about diplomacy. It's about respect. What are y'all laughing about? Damn right, Carsees. If we're talking about Canada, yes, South Park, the film, right? Bigger, longer, and uncut, needs to make it into the conversation in some way, for sure. So I get it, Snowly, but I feel like I need to actually start saying your name as Snorley. Just for our Newfoundland, like, brothers. Right? So yeah, no worries, Snorley. I don't know. I'm just saying, Snorley, you might have cut your own jib on that one. You might have just made your own bed, but you just don't want to sleep in it. I get it. That's fine. Damn, car seats. What reference is that? Is that from a song or something? Is that from a song? Okay, what song is that from? Is that like Adam and the Ants or something? Oh, Barrett's Privateers is the band. Oh. I've never heard of them. Okay. All right. Huh. Okay. All right. Oh, it's an old sea shanty. The only sea shanties I know were in that one Assassin's Creed like pirate game. And I don't remember that one, but I could have forgotten it. Easily forgotten, but yeah, no, that's on me, if so. Yo ho and blow the man down. Like, you know, like, yeah. Dude, in that one Assassin's Creed, how is that like the greatest pirate game that's ever been made? They didn't even mean to do so. But it's the greatest pirate game ever to be made. That's insane. Yeah, Black Flag, dude. That is the greatest pirate game to ever be made. What do you do with a drunken sailor? Like, dude, that shit's amazing. Are you kidding me? There's no way you can deny the fact that the popularization of sea shanties and TikTok and Instagram and all that bullshit didn't have anything to do with Ubisoft releasing the greatest pirate game ever made. What do you do with a drunken sailor? Like, dude, it's just so good. Like, it's perfect. It's the greatest pirate game ever made. I would be curious, like, what game do you think is a better pirate game? Not that one MMO bullshit. Like, no, they don't have that. 3 people can operate an entire fucking galleon? Bullshit. Right? I forget the name of that game, but no, it's fucking bullshit. Right? There's like that one popular like pirate MMO, right? But 3 people can operate a fucking galleon? Bullshit. Sea of Thieves. Fucking bullshit. Yeah. Dude, 1 person can operate a galleon? Fuck you. Like, dude, nah. Definitely not. No. Bullshit. Bullshit. No, Snowly, you were actually right. 100% right. Correct chat with the statement you made. You just didn't even realize it. So I get it. You're lurking in another chat because you were expecting to be banned. Okay, touche. Yeah, hold on. Like, honestly, that's a solid replacement for the word cheese. Yeah, right? Yeah, cheese. It was accurate and accurate at the same time. That's amazing. You didn't even say what kind of cheese. Like, oh my god, if you don't specify the cheese, you're going to get some Swiss when you wanted Gouda at the bare minimum, and it can get way worse. Only cheddar? Like 0 Swiss? No Munster? No Colby? No Monterey Jack? This is way worse than your other comments. I'm kidding, by the way. Come on. Right, the Bundino thing was a misunderstanding. We actually understand you now in the cheese thing. And we fundamentally disagree. I am eating pizza from Seattle. Yeah. Yeah, Code Drift. I don't know if you know this, but yeah, I mean, I assume you guys do like AI stuff, right? Fuck Cerebras. Fuck that company in the ear. All right? I'm going to say that right now. Fuck Cerebras. Their like lead DevRel dude is a fucking asshole. Fuck that dude. Do anything other than Cerebras for any of that shit. Okay, all right. You are in San Fran, so you're at least like exposed to it. Anything but Cerebras. I actually want to book that domain name at this point. Yeah. Fuck Cerebras. No, I get it, you keep a list. You live in San Fran. You have to keep a list. Duh. That's just science. Yeah, duh. How can a DevRel be an asshole when he overbooks an event and turns people away at the door? That's an asshole move. Don't overbook the event. It's actually really easy. It's super simple. Yeah, it's like really bad relations. It's bad rel. Like, don't overbook the event. Right? People drove in from Snohomish, Redmond, like the east side, and dealt with shitty Seattle traffic just to go to your event, and you turn them away at the door? Fuck you. Like, dude, fuck you. Just don't overbook. It's that simple. Set a fucking limit on RSVPs. I get it, right? When you set up RSVPs, only half of people will show up for a free event. Only book double your overflow or whatever. Right? Only double book the amount you have available. No, they booked like 1,000 people for a venue that only had a cap at 250. For a free event for AI where Meta and Olama are speaking, you quadruple booked yourself? Like, dude, no, you're a fucking asshole and you're bad at planning. Nobody should trust Cerebras because if they're bad at planning for that, they're going to be bad at planning for other shit too. Like, they're not going to handle your scope or anything. Like, no, they're fly by night like assholes. Like, do not use Cerebras for anything. The safest max for the fire marshal, right? No more. And that's a thing they were told and they were given. When you book a free event, there is a percentage of people that will show up to a free event. When you are a Meta or Olama or whatever, you can actually like up that percentage. But generally, for a free event, you're going to get 40% like people showing up. If they booked 1,000 people, they got at least 400 show up because 40% is what you can bank on. That was already over their base numbers. So they're just really fucking bad at planning. And they don't deserve any benefit of the doubt because fuck them. Like, they're assholes. Why would they book 1,000 people for a 250 limit event? That is asshole shit. It's just that simple. If they had cut it off at 500 RSVPs, boom, problem solved. Yeah, that's Fire Festival shit. Exactly, Jolly Jumper. That is Fire Festival shit. Hopefully they learned their lesson. They didn't, because they got 400 people to show up to the venue that they only had 250 available for. Massive success. No, they need to be fucking told that they fucked up. They need to be told that they totally fucked up. Nobody should use Cerebrus because they can't fucking plan. Their inability to plan for the people that they marketed to and gave RSVPs to. Like, what the fuck? Does RSVP mean nothing at this point? RSVP goes both ways. If I say I'm going to be there, I'm going to be there. If you say I got a spot to be there, I got a spot to be there. You can't turn me away because I actually honored my RSVP. Fuck you. Like, dude. Fuck you for that shit. Don't let me RSVP for a thing that you don't have room for. That's fucking like, it's common sense. It's treating people like people. Right? Cerebrus doesn't treat people like people. You're just a fucking number to them. Yeah, fuck Cerebrus. Pick any other thing. I know, NVIDIA treats you like a number too, but NVIDIA didn't overbook a fucking event. Not the ones I know of. Dude, it's like airlines. Yes, dude, they overbook the amount of space they have in their overhead compartments. And then they expect you to be the nice person saying, like, I'll totally, like, put my shit in the, I'll check my bag because you guys fucked up with your logistics. No, do not forgive that shit. Do not forgive that shit. It's unforgivable. They know their numbers. They know they're overbooking. They don't deserve some fucking way out. No, fuck them. Exactly, X Factor. Oh, so you mean instead of being able to leave when I want, I gotta wait for fucking bag check? You should be paying me, not just giving me complimentary bag check. You should be paying me to check my bag when you overbook a flight. Every single flight I've been on in the past 2 years has had the announcement, we're limited on overhead space. We'd love it if you check a bag. Fuck you. pay me to check a bag. No, that's not true. Oh, you're saying they should do something. Dude, Doge doesn't actually speak on our behalf. Doge is a fucking billionaire mouthpiece. Doge doesn't speak on behalf of the people. Doge speaks on behalf of the fucking billionaires. Like Jolly Jumper, you sweet summer child. There isn't a single thing Doge has done that benefits the little people. I don't know, man, but it seems like you drove this towards like a political end without actually like any justification, and like, come on, man. I'm happy to rant, but it seems like you just want to complain without actually understanding anything. And it does seem a little bit like trying to derail the stream that way. It's a shitty fucking joke. We just banned people about this shit a half hour ago, man. Granted, they were on like the fanboy side of things, thinking Elon's doing good. Yeah, we'll ban them, we'll ban you too. I will admit, Elon fucking sucks, but dude, why are you trying to bring chat back to that shit? What did you do? You said the things you said. Without provocation. I don't give a fuck if you live in the US. Dude, what does that have to do with the other things you just said? Dude, oh my god. I'll leave it up to the mods. I'll leave it up to the mods. Just use like mod chat, or just even say it here. Like, dude, mods, your choice. BRB. All right, so I'm back. Yeah, okay, bye. Oh, wow. You made it real easy. Cool. Okay, bye. I don't care where you live, it doesn't matter. Like, dude. When I talk shit on Elon, the Elon fanboys get banned. When we're not even talking about that shit, and someone brings that political shit into the spectrum, banned. Like, it's actually kind of simple. Are you fun to talk to? Like, yeah, Elon's a shitbag, but did you bring it up? Banned. I'm going to be switching from Nano ID to ULID. It's actually not what we're doing right now. And yeah, no worries, Code Drift. I don't need help bringing it back. Honestly, I enjoy a good moment where I can police my chat and have people I actually enjoy chatting with. I wouldn't be 6 years into streaming if I didn't cultivate a chat that I actually like. I'm a little surprised at the one person we had following us since 2021 that didn't realize that them fanboying for Elon would be a problem. Yeah, I swing it freely because I gotta have a chat I like. I don't give a fuck about the numbers because you know what? The numbers are 0 if I decide that I don't like streaming anymore. And I don't know, Code Drift, you might be surprised. I've seen so many streamers come and go because they cultivate a chat they don't like. My main use case is, yes, sortability does seem nice. Also, like, there's, like, no rhyme or reason to Nano ID. So, if timestamps give us a greater concern of, like, less overlap, that sounds even better. So you use UUID 7 for time-sorted IDs. Yeah, I'm looking at ULID for a similar reason, but my main goal is 0 collisions. And anything time-based does seem like it would have 0 collisions. But UUID v7, I don't want to opt for like a number-based system. So ULID, I'm okay with. UUID v7, I think I was less okay with. Reasonably 0, and I think Nano ID is reasonably 0. But ULID is even more so 0 because the timestamp is part of the ID. UINT 128. I get that. I understand. I'm dealing with Dynamo, and nothing is ever truly a number. So indexing by number versus like string is not a problem to me. If I was dealing with SQL and Postgres and, you know, any other like SQL implementation, then yeah, like UUID 7 might be the goal. But ULID is database agnostic. Yeah, I don't know. At this point, the migration is simply from Nano ID to something else, and ULID seems like it. Yeah, sortability is key. But UUID is meant to tie to a number representation, and I don't give a shit about the number. I just really don't care. Oh, so V7 is also hex rather than like a number under the hood, right? At which point, like, you lose any of the benefit of like a proper UUID reducing to a number, right? So yeah, V7 like abandons any of the benefits of UUID in general. Anyway. Hmm. Okay, I get it. Yeah, in Dynamo, no matter what, it's a string. Like, you could give a number for the ID, but it's still stored as a string. So who gives a shit, you know? Like, I could use numeric IDs and it would still be a string in Dynamo. So Carsey's for driver's licenses, that is actually like state specific. Like here in Washington, your driver's license number at least used to be the first 5 digits of your last name, some other character that was like derived from your name in some way, then a number that was derived from your birth date, and then like a couple other numbers that were derived from other personal like information. Like you could actually derive someone's driver's license by knowing enough about them. And vice versa, you could use someone's driver's license number to know more data about them, like their birthday or birth year, technically. Yeah, yeah. Washington State had like a really like ass backwards driver's license number system for a long time. They don't do it anymore, but they definitely used to. Like if you lost your ID, you would actually dox yourself in a major way. Granted, that same doxing, like your birthday is on your driver's license anyway, so I don't know if it mattered. But if that database leaked, people could derive the other stuff. Yeah, exactly, Snelly. Like if you lost your license, you're already doxing yourself. But it was something where like if the database of your driver's license number leaked, they could actually reverse engineer it to get all of that data that they might not have had. Edge case, but yeah, I get it. But let me go check on my pizza. BRB. All right, I have one slice of pizza left. I see the dance party. I get it. I have one slice of pizza left. It's pepperoni from Big Mario's here in Seattle. That one's not bad. That's a solid one. So we do need to build out a thing. Hell yeah, Hadlow. Wow, this is the last song on the album. We should play something that we can play in general. It's a good one. Yeah, we'll pause it. Dom Palombi's Game Night? Let's give it a shot. We'll see. We'll see. All right, so a CLI tool could work. Wow, this song is actually really distracting. Yeah, we could go CLI tool. We could do a web app. We'd have to build out the API anyway, though. Is there a fun API language we should build with? So it's either CLI tool or API. And I'm happy making requests to the API just from like Insomnia or Postman or whatever, right? Like this is Insomnium. We could do that. We'll allow. Feathers JS. Okay. I'm familiar with Feathers. I get it. I understand. We could do Redwood JS. Like, we could do all sorts of stuff. I think the current vote is CLI tool versus API tool. And I realize asking the phrase tool with a question mark, well, yeah, what's your favorite tool song? For me, might be Enema. The secret track on Undertow could be good too, though, right? Like, this is necessary. Life feeds on life, feeds on life, feeds on life. I mean, this vote is necessary. Let the rabbits wear glasses, okay? I woke up from a deep slumber and I heard the cry of the carrots. Tomorrow is harvest day, and for them it is the Holocaust. Let the rabbits wear glasses. Schism or Pneuma? Wow. All right, so you're like you're a Lateralis or like 10,000 Days like new fan. I get it. Okay. You didn't even consider Opiate? Fairweather fan for sure. I'm kidding. I'm bullshitting. Like, dude, you can take offense at that too. Started learning C. Good job. Cool, man. All the offense. I was hoping for a little bit of self-awareness, but it seems like you decided on no awareness. All right, so we're going to make a CLI because I let chat vote on it. I don't know. Maybe by recognizing how much I am rolling my eyes at your statement. Mm-hmm. It's a pretty good hoodie. I like the hoodie. All right, so I would normally opt for a Go language based CLI tool. ShadCN's fine. You can make it look however you want, right? If you think ShadCN looks like everything else, it's because you're not putting in the effort to customize it. It's just like Bootstrap back in the day. There are ways to make Bootstrap your own, but people just don't do it because they're lazy. Definitely not. No. Because people complain about ShadCN in the exact same way there's Snowly. You misunderstood every single statement I just made. They don't. Snowly. They fundamentally don't. Just look at every single UI people identify as ShadCN. People don't modify Tailwind as they see fit. And that should actually be obvious from the statements I made and the equivalency I actually called out. Like, Snowly, I'm having to sigh way too much at you at this point. Like, you seem to miss the point every single chance you're given. I'm eating some pizza from Big Mario's here in Seattle. People do not customize Tailwind, as evidenced by the fact that people call out ShadCN websites on a regular basis. Right? A V0 website is actually really easy to recognize. I'm not looking for you to blow smoke up my ass there, Snowly. I get it, but dude, some of the statements you've made completely miss the point. I don't know, man. Yeah, one more slice I'm going to cook because I got one. I might as well eat it. Jesus Christ, dude. Like, dude. People customize Tailwind just fine is easily provably wrong by the fact that people can recognize vSphere websites. But your consignment too, sorry, you're absolutely right. Like, dude, what the fuck? You know you're trolling with a statement like that. Like, dude, what the fuck? When I think about having to deal with someone that makes statements like that, it makes me question if I would want to actually stream to that kind of person again, which would make me question whether I actually want to click that go live button again, which means I absolutely don't want them fucking here, because I don't want anyone that makes me question clicking that go live button again. Do you understand where I'm coming from when I ban people I don't like talking to? Does it make any sense to you? If not, simply watch any other segment of streamers here in this category and recognize that statistically, they won't be here in 6 months. Because they got to deal with a chat they don't like interacting with. So if you want to pull some fucking bullshit that tries to, like, pull my statements back on me, that is the thing that's going to make you not be someone I want to chat with. No, I don't want to discuss with you anymore right now. I actually want to time you out because I don't value your opinion because you're already in the context of someone who is not fun to talk to. Because you pulled that bullshit rather than just chatting like a human being. You get what I'm saying? Would you want to chat with someone that pulled that same shit you just did? Be honest. Like, really, really, really be honest with yourself. Would you want to continue a conversation with someone that just pulled what you just did? Like, really, 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 please be honest with yourself. Would you want to continue a conversation with someone like that? No. You know it. That's not what I'm talking about. That's not what you did. You're actually not even painting it honestly. Oh, dude, come on, man. You're not even being honest with yourself. You're not actually analyzing what you said specifically. You're not even engaging yourself, honestly. What the fuck, dude? I sincerely asked you to evaluate that from a third-party perspective, as if someone said that same shit to you. Every single statement you made, even the one that pulled some bullshit, and you couldn't even do that. Come on, Snowly. You're better than that. I know you're better than that. Why are you being such a dick about it? Like, come on. You know that someone pulling that placating bullshit is someone you wouldn't want to talk to again. You know this. Like, be honest with yourself and the rest of chat. We can disagree, but don't be a fucking asshole. Come on, Snowly. Read your own statements back to yourself. I know I'm a dick, but Jesus Christ, dude. You're not even fucking honest. You're not even sincere. If you take your comments at face value, what someone else would read them as, not what you know you had behind them, what someone else would read your statements as. Be honest, dude. Is that someone you'd want to continue to interact with, or would you just walk away? You'd start a conversation with someone else, right? Right? I don't actually expect you to say anything. I expect you to actually reflect. It doesn't seem like you're doing any reflection. That's what I'm calling out right now. I'm not expecting any response. I'm expecting some fucking reflection. A human that understands the statements they previously made. Anything, man. Like, dude. Your statements have zero reflection in them. I'm actually not saying you should respond, actually. You're right. My bad on that phrasing. Touche. Way to bring that back in my face without actually acknowledging any of your previous statements. See what I'm getting at, though? Do you understand what I'm actually saying? Yes, I'm owning up to the fact that maybe my phrasing was wrong. I don't actually want you to acknowledge this. What I'm saying is, look at what the fuck you've said. And dude, nothing you have actually responded with has done that. Now you're okay, you're sorry. It's so easy to question that now. Because I feel like you didn't reread what you actually said. You're just trying to appease me. And, that's the worst fucking person to talk to. You took zero time to reflect on it. Reflection takes more time than it takes to make the statement. That's actually provably true in code as well. Reflection always takes longer CPU time than it takes to, like, do the thing. Meanwhile, you responded quicker than it ever took for you to be a jerk. And I feel like this is another thing you'll use to, like, rub my face in it. Yeah, I don't know, Snowly. It seems I can't possibly sigh enough based on this interaction. Let me get more music going. All right, what do we want to call this? Domain TX, right? Like translation. When building a CLI tool, is Yards actually a dev dependency? I think it's actually a prod dependency. All right, so I'm currently using PNPM. Like some shill recommended, we could do Bun, we could do Dino. Is there value to that, though? No, I get it. Yeah. What do we gain from doing it in Dino? We're doing it in Bun. Besides native TS compilation. And I get that. That's fine. That's still not a feature, you know? My typing speed? Shit. I type really slow. I type slower than every single other person you know. It's fine. Faster, too. For a CLI tool, it doesn't matter, right? Like, come on. That's a bullshit differentiation for the thing we're trying to do, right? Kind of the thing I called you out for. Shit that doesn't matter. We will need to abstract out some API key stuff, right? Like, we're going to have to call out to Google for synonym matching, and we're going to have to call out to Whois. I don't think Whois actually needs a key. Whois doesn't need a key. Whois Google.com. No key needed. Like, no. I'm sorry. Wrong. And again, I continue to sigh. I'm gonna blow out my fucking vocal cords by sighing this much? You only need that API if you're calling it often enough that you need to spread the load, because the API will spread that load, right? Whois has a rate limit of some kind. Well, that's up to you. You might need an API for that. I don't know, man. What makes you think this is cached? Okay. All right. Sure. Mm, sure, light speed. That's not the same thing. Wait, did I add yargs yet? All right, we had yargs. What else do I need? Right, we do a CLI check for yargs. We do some who is stuff. Yeah, we need to consider fetching from Google, but that's a different thing. Nah, I don't think an LLM is actually necessary. There could be an LLM use case for turning it into, like, any word we're given. Could they turn it into a thing that resembles an, like, a software as a service, like deleting like an E before an, like, ER? Maybe. I'd rather build it out before we even need that shit. All right, hold on. I got one more slice of pizza. It's probably heated up. It's in the oven that was cooling down, but I bet it's fine. Mm. Not frozen. Okay, so the idea is the worth. Yeah, it's word. Sure. Before someone chimes in with a bullshit correction. All right, so the first part is look up translations. The part after that is for each translation, look up who is info. Output available domains. Right, so like none of this actually needs an LLM. I think the LLM part would actually involve doing some like RAG, like a search for each word and being like a lookup of is there something, even though it doesn't have the domain, that exists in the software space that uses that name, right? Using the search API would involve me having to parse the entire search API and understand what their descriptions are. If a product for Waltr existed outside of software in general, I could use that as a trademark and be fine. That's the point I'm trying to make here, and why this step is necessary. All right, so due to earlier people and some current people, my patience has worn really thin right now. So that, like, honestly, I should just do something else. So let's go raid someone. And maybe tomorrow we come back refreshed and willing to deal with people that exhausted their quota for today. So who's streaming right now? So it's kind of dead, which explains a little bit of the trolling we got earlier, too. All right, let's go raid a gaming stream. Why not? It's kind of a... Oh, shit. What the fuck are they watching? I think they're just watching some fucking anime. Yeah, no, we're not gonna raid that from this stream. All right, Sergeant Pepper it is. Oh, I typed that in the wrong fucking place. Hold on. All right, so we're gonna go raid Uh-huh. Zero acknowledgement of being the person that burnt me out on streaming today. Good job on that one. I know you don't give a fuck. That's why you burnt me out on streaming today. I'm gonna remember that you said that. And I won't give a fuck either. How about that? We good? Alright, so yeah. Fuck off, dude. Get out of here. What a fucking troll, dude. Alright, so I'll see y'all again soon. Have a good night. Later.